Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, August the 14th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Okay, well, let's see what's happening this morning. So I have a note to myself on the TBLT just in case it breaks $1. Huge volume with it, fairly low float, 35 million. You know, I don't really like looking at stocks under $1, but if it takes out this dollar, it does have some room. Not sure what the news is exactly, but obviously super active. 4.6 million shares have traded already. So TBLT had some action after hours yesterday. Hey, and you guys can hear me on YouTube. Yeah, it was just a simple fix. It's always simple when you know where to look. Okay, let's take a look at the other things that are happening. Fetch, FTCH, this could be an interesting one. FTCH is an earnings play. It's almost at an all-time high. You see beautiful gap breakout right here. FTCH, there's the all-time high over here, around 32 odd. Voices garbled? Okay, maybe do a refresh, guys. As always, if you have audio issues or sometimes the screen, just do a refresh, okay? And that usually will solve anything. Not anything, but that thing anyway. MESO, MESO. MESO is a big gap up. Now, I don't want to say FDA approval. I mean, that's on the surface. That's what it looks like. But FDA approval for MESO, huge gap, 47% right now. No inkling of that was going to happen. I mean, take a look at 2 days ago, had a big down day, and yesterday, not really any recovery. Then I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. No, I'm right. This is Wednesday. That's Thursday. And now look at it here. MESO. Maybe keep an eye on MTP. This is a little pharma. Why? Look at the 200-day moving average. 261. 261 is the 200-day moving average, and it is gap through it. Huge amount of room. Look at that. Wow. I mean, look at the room this has got. Low float. 6 million in the float. Codex, CODX. I think this is an earnings play. Yes, this is an earnings play. Big gap down for it. Look at this, 14%. Not huge volume yet. 25 million in the float. Codex, another virus play. Big gap down. Basing pretty well here. I'm not sure those numbers real, but I'll take it. TFFP, this is another one. TFFP, big gap up here. TFFP, it's an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. This is an all-time high now for TFFP. I don't know if this was an IPO back here, but tremendous gap now. I say all-time high, so there's no resistance. CAAS is another earnings play, small one, released earnings after hours. If you're unfamiliar with our program, the mauve area here is the after hours action. The tan area is pre-market. Low float, 12 million in the float. Now this is one of my pet peeves. BFRA. BFRA has gapped down. They've released preliminary revenue data. Now they don't, their full release we have here August 27th. It's a pet peeve because, my feelings about holding through earnings is I never do that, but you can't, it's hard to prevent when a company wants to release some data 2 weeks early. You can't get out, it catches you unawares. So PFRA. Okay, guys, just a general comment here. you're having problems with the audio, please just do a reset, okay? Do a reset right beside the gear icon. Do a reset, a reload, reset. OPTN has gapped down on the financing. OPTN has gapped down on a financing. 6 million shares at $5.85 a share, so it's underneath the financing price. AMC, now this could be interesting. This could be one of those touching the 200-day and a short. Okay, there's the 200-day moving average, 569. So it's just below it. And it is gapped up. You see what it did yesterday? It got to the 200-day, popped just a little bit over it, but it pulled back off it. It's trying again. This could be one of those ones that's set up. If it cannot break the 200-day, might have a nice little fade. And that's AMC. VRNA. Another earnings play is gapped up, but it's starting to pull back a little bit. VRNA. I don't know how to help you, JJ. I just don't know how to help you. Maybe log out of the room and come back in. Not just do a reset. I honestly am sorry. I just don't know how to help you. EBON. This is a crypto play. It's a China stock. I think they've done something in the country of Singapore with their crypto. And it's not a low float actually. Blink. This has been an active one. Earnings play. Now, when I first saw it, it was up here, but it looks like it's starting to give it up. This one is not shortable for me. Yeah, make sure you have the latest version of Chrome. IQ, China stock. IQ is a gap down on earnings and through the 200-day moving average. There it is, 2051. So it is through the 200-day moving average. It released earnings after hours yesterday. And Boxel, BOXL. Another earnings play. And this one, if you were in the room yesterday, you know, this one had a crazy late day surge, XHX, but it is, it's gapped down now 44%. Yeah, Mark, nothing happens in the AI until at least 9:35, okay? Doesn't do any pre-market. All right, let me just do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Okay, I'm seeing a couple of upgrades for QGen. I'll check them out. Let's say Craig guy, CREG is popping here. CREG is popping. Tesla, a couple of upgrades. Morgan Stanley's, Bank of America. CREG is popping here, guys. I'm just going to get this done and I'm going to take a look at it. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Let's take a look at Craig. Haven't seen this one for a long time. Awful looking daily, but it's breaking out here, and it's probably, yeah, it's obviously a low flow, and it is an earnings play. Okay, really no action until right now. Maybe they just released CREG. Do the charts pop up fast and avoid searches? I don't know exactly what you mean. I mean, are you talking about trade ideas charts or IB charts? Well, I've got a couple of IB charts. I mean, they don't pop up. I mean, I've got them loaded. So, excuse me. Just a minute. So there, yeah, sorry, yeah, I had to cough. So yeah, there's no issue. All right, let me get the downgrades in now. Thank you, the Dreamer. You're definitely my trusted sidekick here on the muting. All right, there are some of the upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com this morning. So it's a double whammy then with IQ. I don't know what, I didn't read their earnings release, but you guys are saying they're under investigation. Sounds like a. Okay, so this is a little different though. This is not an SEC investigation, is it? This is one of these lawyers, lawsuit lawyers, we'll call them. We're getting that no data again for certain stocks. Excuse me. Yeah, something might be going on with the count total, but let's not dwell on it. All right, I think somebody messaged me, but I can't see it. With the software, something is going on with the software a little bit on the messaging side, so I apologize. Well, the CREG is just ripping here now. Must have released right here. I don't think they released earnings until right here, or at least there's the reaction. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not getting the. I didn't see. I saw your first message. I didn't see the second one. Okay, I'll ask the developer of the room. I mean, it doesn't matter, guys. I mean, whatever the count is. Definitely keeping an eye on this AMC to see if it's, well, it's that's too bad. It's starting to drop now. I was hoping it would keep up in this area right here around the 569, right around that 200 day. But unfortunately, it looks like it's dropping now. I wanted to see if it would hold up here, test that 200 day a couple of times, and then start to fall for a nice little short. That's I got your first message, Real. This has happened before, though, too. Sometimes I just don't. A couple of weeks ago, I think you did it, and that way the count was fine. So I don't know what's going on. I'll ask the developer once the market is closed today. It's Friday, guys. Okay, so is everybody having problem with the audio? Well, I know everybody is not, and I'm not talking the YouTube feed. Okay, so listen, if you're having problems with the audio, there are a couple of things you can try, and I know maybe you've already tried it to try to do a refresh. If you're using Chrome, somebody mentioned that make sure your Chrome browser is up to date. Okay, but just try the reload. I don't know how else I can help you guys. Maybe maybe log out of the room and come back in. Okay, there you go. Update to Chrome, fix the issue. So JS, try that, all right? Boy, this CREG is just absolutely ripping. Too bad this is not short for me. Okay, I'm going to pass this on to the developer of the room, okay, about the audio issue, having to refresh a bunch of times for some people. You have to wait for the market to close, though, guys, okay? No, the trade of the week did not work. It was a stop out. All right, guys, keep an eye on this MTP. There's the 200-day moving average, 261. It's just sort of sitting on top of it. If it can, hold it and then start to move, and it's a low float, only 6 million in the float, so it's already traded the float, 8 million shares, so it's already traded the float. It's up 41%. Looks like they're even trying to do a financing here, 12.7 million shares. Registration statement, so for whatever reason, the market's reacting all right to that. Give me a moment, please. Well, this really doesn't have too much resistance. You can just see looking left on that weekly chart, that particular week. When was this? This was back in March of this year, 2020. Got up to 743. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but okay, guys, here's another one. Is this another China stock? I can never remember. Yeah, another China stock, another, well, fruit and vegetable canning. Okay. FAMI is gapping up right now. Look at this gap. It's just over $1. Lots of volume coming in. Super low float. And of course, let's look left. And the high, well, it's way above that. So the next high looking left on the daily chart is way up here at 156. Hello. Well, keep an eye on this FAMI. As long as it holds $1. Look at the volume coming in. It is almost traded the float. It's traded 1.3 million. The float is 1.7, so it's almost traded the float. Okay, one moment, please. Okay, guys, definitely keep an eye on this FAMI if it holds $1. Well, if you see it has 1.7 million shares available for trading. It's already traded 1.4 million. So you'll hear the term. It's actively trading. It's turning over and over. Lots of buyers, lots of sellers. So 1.5 million shares are traded already, and it only has 1.7 million available to be traded. So it's almost traded that entire float. I mean, it just turns over, as more and more people get involved with the trading the stock. You'll hear that term a lot, trading the float. Makes sense? So I buy the stock and then I sell it. You buy it and then you sell. I buy it back and you sell. These are all, trades adding to the volume. Well, yeah. I mean, it doesn't 100% mean it's going to be a rocket ship now, but I mean, it's very abnormal volume. You generally only get these situations when a stock has a low float. 30 seconds, thank you. Okay, guys, let's have a great end to this trading week. And I'm slacking here. If you want to follow my watch list up and down, click on new, channel bar, and Barry's watch list, okay? And remember, everything in here is a layout. Make sure you save your layout to the cloud before you do that. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. And this will open, there you go. So you'll start seeing alerts right off the bat in the repeating version. And now we are open. Yeah, the thing is, there are very, very, very few, if any, institutions, you know, with a stake in a company like this. And typically, institutions do not do that. That's why, you know, they're usually taken out of the float mix. You know, just quickly on the definition of the float, you take the number of shares outstanding, then you start subtracting what all the insiders own and institutions, because typically institutions are not going to be selling on a daily basis. They usually, you know, especially depends how, you know, what they own, percentage they own, they have to file for selling. And but you know, there are no institutions involved in this one. All right, guys. Well, I mean, I'm just watching to see how well this. I don't usually take early trades, but I mean, this could run. I'm talking about the FAMI, of course. Like I might dabble in this one. I know it's early. I don't usually take trades in the first 15 minutes, but I'm just trying to see how well it's holding this dollar level. It's holding. It's trying to hold. Tried to dip down below that one. A lot of volume. Now look at that, 3.6 million. So it's almost, well, it's traded to float. Ah, shoot, there's a MTP. Look at the MTP. So it held that 200-day moving average, MTP. Lots of volume came in. There's another one. I mean, look, there's the float, 6.3. It's basically doubled the float. It's traded double the float. Just keeping an eye on FAMI. It's holding one pretty well. I'm gonna have to put an alert up here for it. RKT, guys, it's funny. I saw this pre-market. Actually, I have it written down, I think. Gapped up. Preliminary Q2 data. Looked pretty good, but it's just, you know, failing now. Falling now. And look at Fetch. Yeah, I know Real is looking at a possible fade. Fetch is almost an all-time high right now. It's an earnings play. FTCH it is an earnings play. Now I can see that's way above the standard deviation. Okay, one moment, please. Meanwhile, Codex, not Kodak, but Codex. Wow, look at this one on earnings. Gapping down on earnings. Now see, this one was halted. I don't know this one at all. LMB, this was halted. And E-bond was halted also. All these were halted. So they're due to open. E-bond is due to open in just around 9:36. I missed out the MTP, guys. Tender Loving Care, TLC. This is, I don't know if I mentioned this one. I have it on the watch list, I think. Wow, MTP is the one. I think they did a financing, though. They announced their registration. $6.25 a share. I'd have to dive into that in that release. All right, KMDA on the move here, guys. KMDA. Yeah, it's the Gap Up Shared, Ali. If you go to the, it's called Gap Up Shared. If you click on the scans, it's called Gap Up Shared, okay? Right here, scans. It's called Gap Up Shared. And it works in the pre-market. I can't find it, but it's here somewhere, okay? Man, meanwhile, EQ is on the way down too. This is not an earnings play. Look at this EQ. This is shortable also at Interactive Brokers. Takes out 7. EQ is a secondary? Okay, thank you. So FAMI doesn't look like it wants to. Doesn't look like it wants to take out that one. OTLK, look at this one. I didn't see this at all in the pre-market. OTLK, look at the volume that has come in. OTLK. There's room also. I was almost going to take this short of fetch, but it's still pretty good, so I'm going to hold off. So this is now an all-time high. Let's see, what is it? 32.40. No, it's not quite an all-time high. Another $1 to go before it's an all-time high. This may have topped out. FTCH may have topped out. I'm watching it right at 31 FTCH. If it really crashes down again through 31. All right, there it goes. There goes Fetch. For a while anyway. Meanwhile, MTP just not shortable for me. MTP not shortable at Interactive Brokers right now anyway. Another is Craig. Okay, Fetch is still. So I don't really like trading in the first 15 minutes. It's just, lots of, look at there's bottoming tails, topping tails, trying to really settle on a direction. Obviously, it's an earnings play, so it's going to be active all day long. Can somebody just quickly tell me what the financing price was for EQ? Without my having to look it up, if somebody knows, thank you very much. I thought so. It looked like. Okay, so a word about the AI. If you have the AI, you know what? You know why I'm saying this. So, I mean, if 7 is the financing price, I mean, it might go down below 7, but that could be a base for it. So just be careful. Wow, that was a good short. Ah, man, I missed this. Is probably this was way above the SDC real, the KMDA. Okay, now Craig is fizzling out. XPEL, that's one I really wanted to watch. XPEL, is it? Yeah, this is an all-time high now. It took out yesterday and Thursday's. I'm sorry, Wednesday and Thursday's high. Not very much volume yet, but this, I mean, if you're looking for potential swings, again, it's not a recommendation, but I mean, it's an all-time high. Nothing is stopping it now. In terms of chart resistance, I mean, there might be a lot of profit taking coming in. This was a $20 stock just 3 days ago. So it's basically tacked on 50% in 3 days. Yeah, so this is what I saw. I mean, the 15, there it was way up here. And on the 5s, way up here, right breaking through here. All right, so this just showed up here, mbot 887. So now it's pretty close to the whole number. And looking left, so we don't have to worry about what's the high here, 843. So don't really have to worry about. Remember I was talking about the AMC, just didn't, it just started dropping too quickly. I really, really wanted to short this one. But I wanted it to base a little bit, test that 200-day moving average just a little bit, and then start to drop. I was going to be all over this one, put a nice tight stop on it, but just didn't do it. Thank you, Fred. Yeah, be careful. I mean, the fetch is way, I mean, the fetch is still, I mean, now we have some big, oops, now we have some bottoming tails here, okay? So, I mean, the sellers have been trying. I think what I'm going to do is I'll stick an alert way down here around 30.58 and see if that scares enough of the buyers away for a while. All right, so William, you have shorted Eben, I'm assuming, EBON. Or somebody was shorting Eben. I mean, it's right on the 5-minute chart. To me, it looks like it's right up against that channel. Okay, guys, there's FAMI. Keep an eye on FAMI now. Maybe it's going to really rip. I mean, what time is it? 9:48. So we had about 20 minutes. It held $1. Well, just a bit below $1. All right, so I took it at 110, like a 10-cent stop, no more than. I want to see if this really rips from here now. And I'm talking about the FAMI, F-A-M-I. Seeing if it gets into the 20s. Okay. Yeah, well, it's way above it. Yeah, 76 cents. So that's, let me just try to quickly put this in here. I have to watch. I don't want it to drop too much below my 110. Okay, a little European designation with the comma instead of the period. Okay, so 110, so I'm just watching it. Lots of volume coming in. I mean, it's a crazy low float situation. You got to be awfully careful, okay? Awfully careful. And I'm not loving it right now. They should have, for me, they should have exploded already, but we'll see. I mean, I'm just going to hang on for another few pennies. I can always get back into the trade. Yeah, I'd like to, but I have to really watch the FAMI. Anything can happen with 1.7 million in the float. Yeah, I just really have to keep watching the FAMI. Yeah, Fetch, no give up yet. There's a pullback, no give up yet in Fetch. Come on, look, break out or get me out of the trade. FAMI is not available for me to short, William. Yeah, I'm just watching this FAMI, guys. That's all I'm concentrating on right now. I just have to be careful because of that float. Cat and mouse here, cat and mouse. Okay, guys, you know what? I'm out of this trade. If it gets back to 120, I'll get back in, but just don't like for me it should have exploded already. So I've taken like a small profit, very small, just 3 cents. I'm not giving up on it completely. I just want to see if it gets back into the 20s. But we have these topping tails here, so I'm going to stick an alert at 123 and see if it takes it out on volume. Okay, no volume, no trade. Yeah, I'm looking at the 5-minute volume right now. Yeah, the 15-minute volume is excellent, of course, but I'm looking at the 5-minute volume right now. This is, too bad. I was going to short this one 100%. Good one, William. But I got all wrapped up in that FAMI. But this was an excellent short from the 7 financing. No, I'm sorry, wrong stock, wrong stock. From the This is a crypto play. Did something in Singapore. I'm sorry, wrong stock. I was thinking of EQ. Ah, boy, that was an excellent short. It's a problem, but something like a family, you have to concentrate on it. You cannot take your eyes off something that has 1.7 million in the float. All right, let's see what's happening here. Anything happening up here? So Optinose looks like they've done a financing of some sort. I could not see the there it is. It is now priced. Actually, I had that price 6 million shares at 585. I had it written down. So this is way below percentage wise the financing price. Okay, now I did hear you guys talking about the NTN earlier, but it was a big gap down. I mean, this of course was a big one yesterday. Big sell off though, cut in half basically. Maybe trying to come back a little bit. Another low float, 2.2 million in the float. Almost traded the float. Well, NTN might go positive. Here's where it closed yesterday, 429. All right, well, here you're going to get your chance to maybe reshort MBOT. And it is shortable for me too, and it is starting to approach that channel high. Just watching fetch here, I continue to see how well it's trading underneath 31 on a real as opposed to the fib level. Meanwhile, MESO is, now is this shortable? Yeah, it is shortable. Okay, I don't put the screen. Yeah, okay. Are we back? I didn't do anything. Honest, it just stopped. Are we back? Okay. I'll always confess if it was me. But all right, this fetch is just not really wanting to collapse completely yet. Wow, meanwhile, MTP, after that pullback, I think I must have had a little bit of a pullback, right? No, actually, it wasn't really a pullback, just kind of based on the fives. But it had some topping tails. Looked like it could have been over. But certainly not yet. I mean, it still has room. Looking left on that daily chart, 707. Well, this is just rippage now. I mean, look at this. Look at the volume, guys. So that's almost, I mean, rounding off a bit here, but that's traded 10 times the float. 64 million shares, 6 million in the float. I mean, that's some great shorts on. Now, what was that other one I was looking at? So much is happening. No, I'm not looking at FAMI really. I mean, listen, if it gets back up into the 20s, maybe, but a bit of a disappointment that it didn't explode. All right, now I can look at fossil. So yeah, it's just over the 200-day moving average. So what I'm going to do is stick an alert underneath it and see if it takes it out again, and maybe might be another little short. Okay, just a quick check. Somebody said they didn't hear me in the YouTube feed. You guys can hear me, right? We did do the fix last night. Okay, good. So William, I'm not on. You're not listening to the radio. I do take a pause every now and then. All right. Speaking of pauses, MTP. Let's see how well this holds for. Well, let's see if real is right on that fib level of what was it, 30.08 or something for fetch. Not an easy trade, guys. Depending how many shares you took, of course. This one is not shortable for me. TLC, look at this one, just sinking. Oh, another one. Look at Acer here. So what sort of it? August 18th pre-market. So it is releasing earnings next week, unless they've pre-released. Yeah, they've pre-released. Looks like they released after hours yesterday. Acer. I have to report that to. Yeah, it looks like they released. Yeah, they released after hours yesterday. So this is actually an earnings play. Our provider has August 18th. So okay, guys. So Opti knows how is it doing at that financing? So it's so way below 585 is the financing. So it's way down here at 515. Looks like it's going to hold. 5 looks like it's going to hold. Look at that. Excuse me. Look at the daily chart right there. A lot of action right at 5, just underneath it. So it looks like 5 is going to hold. So this could, as the news gets absorbed, this could, start to run a little bit close to the financing price, 585. So I will talk about this one from Neo on a short. So the financing's at 7. So I mean, this is holding. So I was saying be careful because the financing was at 7 and it looks like it was holding. And unless it really collapses underneath 7, I don't really see a trade in it. Not yet anyway, from the AI. Fetch has been only way you trade this one is with, I guess, fewer shares because it is still kind of whippy up and down. Auto parts or car parts. Yeah, nice little break here. August 10th post-market, so it had earnings on the 10th after hours. And it has some room. Yeah, it has a little bit of room, and it is a low float, not super low, 23 million. Yeah, that's the issue, isn't it, Neil? I mean, I think you guys, every time I put price alerts in, there's a bit of a clue. I felt reluctant to talk about this one as a short because it was so whippy and we talked about it. I shouldn't say it. We talked about it as a short, but you really have to, you take too many shares because this is still very whippy and it's still, listen, I mean, it's still up 14%. Was at an all-time high up here. So a lot of enthusiasm for it. After I bought it, well, for me, I mean, buying this one, what did I get it at? 110, right? So, okay, the first thing I do is I look left and I say, okay, where could it go? So there is 150 on the weekly chart, all right? So I said, okay, also on the daily chart. That's where, that's where probably it would encounter a lot of resistance. So that is what got me into the trade the first time. I mean, the fact that it held, let's see if it takes out 30 now. So the fact that it held 10 a couple, or 10, a dollar a couple of times, that's what got me into the trade to begin with. Because I don't like taking trades under a dollar. The volume was good on that right there. That was very good. But the minute it didn't really keep moving and the volume was starting to tail off, that was my clue that something's wrong. Traders are not piling into this the way I thought they would. So that's why I basically exited for a modest gain. So without even looking at fibs real, and I know I know this is probably not going to look the same, but this is what I'm looking at here. The reversion to mean, which looks like that's around 29.65 or so. So you're talking about the next level is 29.52. Now I get it. Your SDC will maybe not looking like this one, but that's what I'm looking at. And guys, this is an IB chart, okay? All right. What's happening up here? TFFP. Well, post-market high after hours. It released earnings after hours, 1438, a high. I might get interested on a 13 break again of TFFP. So I'm just going to stick an alert at 1305. All right, well, it's right there now. So again, I don't know if these are the same levels that everybody else has, but the theory being that stocks will tend mean reversion. There's the mean right there. That's that center line. Will come back to revert to the mean reversion. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to hold, but that would be a goal. And then the next level down here is at the bottom of the channel, 2853. Meanwhile, guys, BDSI is ripping here. It's not a low float either. BDSI is ripping here through the 200-day moving average like nothing. $5 was the 200-day moving average. Now, William. Man, it's like we're an old married couple. I know exactly when William is going to short something. It's this one. It's the, so if you go to regression studies, and then it's the standard deviation channel. But there appears to be a discrepancy between what Real has and what I have. He's using TOS, and regardless, I mean, it's pretty interesting. You can see what happened here. There's right at the top of the channel there, 534. You short it here. Maybe hope it gets back to the mean. It's actually underneath it. Is that what it is? It is worth watching again. Yes, Larissa, you're making me look at it. But I have an alert set way up here at the 120s. You'd think there were a bunch of Canadians in this room, how polite we all are. Referring to the William and Jefferson dialogue. PJ, I guess I've just met the wrong ones. Ha ha, kidding. Kidding, 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 kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Okay. All right. Are you forcing me to take you again? Okay. Okay, guys. We can overdo the politeness. Oh my gosh. See, open my mouth. All right. You have about a 4-cent stop on the Fanny. In at 124. If it goes to 120, I'm out. And if it doesn't move quickly, I'm just going to get out of it. It just doesn't. I mean, it should. To me, it should have exploded into the 30s by now. Just watching it. So last time I listened to Larissa. I'm out of it. Okay, so basically I'm completely flat on that trade. The first trade and the second trade. Now it might run. See, with that float, to me, I mean, I know it's up 65%, but okay, skies now. Skies. Another one on the move here. Sky Solar. Okay, lots of room, guys. Has a room maybe to the 5 level on the. First of all, let's see where the 200 day. So it's way above the 200 day. Another low float. Volume coming in. So IQ continues down, just made a new low. IQ made a new low, and again, it's an earnings play plus. Now, I didn't see it was a SEC. I thought it was just one of these law firms that, is all over these stocks. Might give Fami one more kick. Look at the volume. Okay, we have a halt. ACY just got halted. Volume is, well, it's not actually terrible. 27 times normal. It just got halted. Triple R, no real mention that one. I didn't have a chance to look at it. Probably too late now. Maybe not. And it is not an earnings play. And there's that 200-day. Okay, now this is good. It's not that close though, but there's a 200-day moving average for Triple R. And this is what I see here. Yeah, get closer. Get closer to that 200-day moving average. Yeah, 1657, 1658. We have it at 1657. So, I mean, it may not get there. Don't, you know, I'd love it to have been closer. But you know what? There's also resistance right there. Let me just get this again. 1632, so there is some resistance right there on that weekly chart at 1632, so that could stall it also. Boy, look how whippy this has been, this fetch. Look at that topping tail way up here. 31 drops all the way back down to under 29 or to 29.70. Too bad. Not shortable for me, the CREG. Neither is this one, unfortunately. TLC, not shortable for me. But this one is. So let's just see what it does right here at that 1632. All right, guys. So Revolve, I see it triggered here 2407 in my watch list. So, of course, Revolve had earnings yesterday. Well, the earnings reaction was yesterday, released a couple of days ago, but after market. So that was the earnings reaction yesterday. Interesting. It had the big, it looked like it was going to have the big sell off, and then it closed nicely, and it's a continuation. And when you look at the monthly chart, 60. So the high looking left on that monthly chart is 2460. So, you know, I mean, if you're into swing trades, it's interesting for sure. It's already had, I mean, it's had a nice run, like a lot of stocks, of course, over the last month. Okay, well, there's your FAMI. Getting close now to that 150. Is there a clock on the platform? No. I just use my IB clock, my interactive brokers clock. But there's no clock on the platform on the platform. NTCO. Wow, look at the room this one has got, and this is actually an earnings play also. Really, nothing happened pre-market. Really nothing happened. It released after hours yesterday. Really no reaction. No reaction this morning. Market opens. And look at this. And, you know, I mean, we don't even have a float for it. On a short, you enter your stop the same way. Not sure I understand that. I mean, yeah. I mean, you enter your stop on, above the price. So Sanjay, that is going to be a feature that's going to be added. And I think what you're asking, and oh, it's 10:30 already, so I'm going to answer this question first. I think what you're asking, if previous trades that you've taken in the simulator, you want to see the trade history. So you guys don't have this feature yet, okay? But you notice I'm on a development version, so you notice that one of the tabs is now calendar. So you'll be able to see all your previous trades, in the simulator. Plus, of course, if you're connected to Interactive Brokers. It's just not available yet. I don't know when that release will happen. Okay, but it's coming because we're able to put the calendar here. No, I think we've had some complaints, Torps. I think you just have to do a refresh. There's no new mic. I haven't done anything differently. We had some complaints earlier, but a lot of people were saying it was fine. Oh, I don't know. I don't know a running BPM. BPM. I don't know. I've not really seen it. All right, guys, so our RRR is getting closer to that 200-day moving average. This could turn into a really interesting short. I'm going to try to keep my eye on it as I'm explaining. First of all, a big welcome to everybody who's in the room. If you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. If you are a Trade Idea subscriber, I'm sharing a lot of scans. You can click on the scans tab here, all the scans that I'm sharing, or you can click on the Room Drive icon, scans that I share, download. That'll go to a Word document. You can take a look at them all. If you see something that looks interesting to you, just copy the link. Copy the link, and then once you've copied the link from your toolbar, file load from cloud, and the link should be in here. If it isn't, then paste it in, and then load it. Trying to keep an eye on the RRR. Well, congratulations for those of you who aren't as jumpy as I was on the FAMI. I just did not like these bottoming tails. I mean, with only 1.7 in the float, anything could have happened. But hey, congratulations for those of you who held. Even if you took it from here and held on, it's a great little percentage move. And now it looks like it wants to kind of hold the area. But be aware of the 156 up here. All right, I do want to talk about our subscriptions. ACY just got halted again. Boy, so much action. All right, I'm just going to put the subscription links in here. All right, so we have basically 4 plans, but here's a promo code you can use, Barry, for Alpha, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. You click on the link. You're brought to the subscription. Okay, I'm just going to answer Ralph. You have to come into the trading room, okay, the other trading room. I cannot. It's not easy. I can't share my links in the YouTube. I can like share them one at a time, but that's not. That's just not what I'm going to do. So this is the link for the room in which I can share links. All right, so we have basically 4 plans. We have a premium yearly, a standard yearly, $22.68 a year minus the 15%, or the standard $10.68 a year minus the 15%. You don't, and the big difference is the AI. If you're wanting the premium service, it's because there are some other differences, but the main reason is because you want to follow the AI, and which I'm going to go over in a little bit. You don't have to start off with an annual plan or even a premium plan. Try us out. Try us out for a month. Standard monthly, $118 a month, less the 15% for that first month. Discounts only good for the first month. Or $228 less the 15% for the premium. Okay, and these are not contracts as such, they're just month to month. You can cancel at any time. Just make, if you're going to, like, if you took out a subscription today as an example, and you didn't want to renew it, because it is auto renew. So today's the 14th. So say September 12th, just let us know and we won't renew it. Now I do want to talk about the other links. And those are downloadable also. Right here, new trade. The links right here, they will go to a Word document. So we've already talked about subscriptions. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Brokerage Plus intro. I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus in a little bit, but if you have an interactive broker's account, let me just connect, by the way, to the simulator. If you have an interactive broker's account, you can use this window. You can trade from within Trade Ideas using our Brokerage Plus window connected to your interactive broker's account. Watch the video, okay? It's a great video, 27 minutes long. It shows you everything you need to know about trading your interactive broker's account using Brokerage Plus. I do a daily video between, it's about 105 and 120 now every day. I want to copy these links, the 20 short lessons and the TI training. Okay, I do want to copy those links. Because if you're just starting out with trade ideas, or even if you don't have trade ideas, but you want to see some of the features and options that we do have, these are 2 really, really good links. I'll get to the questions. Okay, the 20 short lessons. You click on that link right there, 20 short lessons. And that's what they are. Now, it says 20 and 20, but you can easily do them a lot quicker. But this just shows you, what is a top list, what is an alert window, how to create them. A lot of different, you can pick and choose which ones you want to take a look at. They're not videos, it's all text. This one, the training, you'll see we do have that, the 20 and 20 right here. But we also have some great videos here, kind of getting started videos in TI University. Also, we have this great little video series. If you're brand new to the market, you've never traded before, it's a great little video series, okay? Everything's free. We also have 4 webinars a week, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. They are all archived. Okay, now I do want to just catch up on the questions before I talk about the AI. The AI, how's it doing today? It's not bad. I mean, there's a short EQ 723. There's another short 4012, 39. Actually, that's a pretty good one from 4012 down to 39 to start off. What I've noticed in the AI the last 3 days, including today, not as many alerts, which I think is fine. I don't really like a lot of alerts from the AI. And as far as using it for swing trading or day trading, the deal is that at the end of the day, the AI gets out of every trade, all right? But you don't have to. I mean, if the trade keeps working, is working well by the end of the day, and you look on a daily chart and a weekly chart, a monthly chart, and there's still room for a stock to move, you can choose to hold it. Okay? So the big difference between premium and standard is the AI. I mean, there are some other differences. You can have 20 charts with the premium service as opposed to 10 standard. You can use our back tester if you're one of those people who likes to take a strategy and back test it to see how well it works and try your hand at optimizing it. Then that's part of the premium service also. Okay, I just okay, so I just answered you, Jeremy. Okay. All right, now let me talk a little bit about the AI. Boy, we've got lots of action today. Again, just fantastic. All right, this is not one of the base strategies that the AI looks at, but we have what we call 50 baseline strategies. They got optimized once the market closes every day. The AI gets to work on the optimization routine. What that means is AI takes a look at the filters that are in place and the values, maybe makes some adjustments to the values, runs a back tester, maybe takes an alert out, a filter out, adds one in. Tough enough to do it for one. Obviously, to do 50, you need a computer to do that. That's what the AI does once the market closes every day. So last night, that's what happened. And then these are the strategies that made the cut. Making the cut typically meaning, well, not typically, but the right profit factor and win percentage combination. These are the strategies that made the cut for today. On Monday, we don't know which ones are going to make the cut because, again, it's all based on the back testing routine and using the most current data, which will be once the market closes today. If you have the AI, and I noticed that I must have some carryovers from yesterday, you can use, I'm going to go over what you're seeing here is the paper trader, okay? I'm going to go over this. But right now, I just want to talk more about the AI. If you have our premium service, and the reason you have it is because you want access to the AI, from the toolbar, this is how I would recommend that you use it. Click from the toolbar, click on New, and then this AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. You will then have this window, and you'll see all the trades as they come in during the day. You have an entry price. That's a real-time entry. Again, you don't have to take it right, at the time. You can take a look at the chart and see if it makes sense for you. And then you have a stop. Then you basically manage the trades as you see fit. You can use that as a great watch list for the day. Meanwhile, FAMI is, yeah, I mean, I'm jealous. I'm not in it anymore, but I'm watching the RRR guys. Definitely, this is getting more interest. Whoops. As it gets closer and closer to that, the 200-day moving average. It tried right there. Look at this, 1657, 1653. It tried. Yeah, no shorts available for me for FAMI, but not that I would. I'm wishing everybody well on it. All right, this is Brokerage Plus. Okay, I want to talk a little bit about Brokerage Plus, and I'm going to put the Brokerage Plus link in. All right, this is the Brokerage Plus window. Now to load Brokerage Plus, and it's only available in the app. It's not available for the web-based version. Look at skies. Wow, and BDSI, these were early movers. Remember I was saying BDSI crashed through that 200-day like nothing. All right, well, guys, looks like it wants to take out that 200-day. I will. You too, Neil. Yeah, well, now I'm watching. I mean, now it's through the 200-day moving average. Let's see if it comes back down and then drops. I mean, listen, they don't all. Obviously, the 200-day it's an area, but it's interesting to me anyway. 1632 like nothing, and so the next high looking left is 1704 on that weekly chart. It's not an earnings play either. So something is Red Rock Resorts, so casinos. So what is the rest? What are the rest of them doing? Full House Resorts, FLL. There's another one close to the 200-day moving average. William. Okay, here is, so the Brokerage Plus window. So again, not available in the web-based version. Only on the app. Click on New, Brokerage Plus. This window will pop up. Use it in one of two ways. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can connect to it. And yes, you're going to see other brokers there that we're looking to add. I cannot tell you when. Please don't ask me when, but these are the ones that we're looking to add. So again, if you have an Interactive Brokers account, you want to trade from within Trade Ideas using this Brokerage Plus window, you can do so. Watch the video. With Brokerage Plus, none. Only Interactive Brokers right now, okay? For Brokerage Plus, you can use Trade Ideas with any broker. Okay, I should always explain that. It's not mandatory to have an Interactive Brokers account or any one of these accounts, you know, assuming that we eventually get connected. Okay, we link with many brokerage platforms. Linking meaning it's a time saver. When you click on an alert, it'll load into your brokerage platform and then you would trade it from within your brokerage platform. So if you're somebody like me who's clicking on alerts all day long, it'd be a real pain if I had to just type these alerts in. So the linking tools, external linking, you know, you add a link, you just follow the instructions, and we link with most platforms. Once you've done that, then again, you just click on an alert and it'll just show up. Meanwhile, what's TFFP doing? So now I want to talk about simulation trading, paper trading, okay? And I'm going to say this and repeat it a few times. If you're new to trading, before you commit money to the market, your hard-earned money, please practice trading. That's why we have the simulator here for you. When you load your Brokerage Plus window, just check Trade Ideas Simulated Trading, and you can use this to practice trading. Now you notice I have a couple of trades here. These are carryovers from yesterday. So you can use it as to swing trade also. You start off with $100,000 in the account, and it's very simple to take a trade. Just going to try to find. Well, I mean, I'm just going to demo how you do it. You notice when I click on an alert, the symbol shows up. You can pick how many shares you want to get in or buy. You can pick the price you want to get in. If you're shorting, you sell it. And if you're going long, you buy it. All right, watching RRR right now. 1657. Okay, why don't we do this? Just to test it out, okay? I'm going to short 200 shares right at the market. It's a 1 cent spread, so that's fine. So I shorted 200 shares. This is in the demo, in the simulator, the paper trader. And so you see it took the trade. Put a stop in, say at the high of that candle, add a stop order. 1672. So you'll notice it's going to show it up right on the chart. So if the price moved up to 1672, I'd be out $28. Again, this is in paper trading, okay? I can also put in a target if I want. Add a target. Let's put it, I'm just showing you how you can do this. Let's put a target of 1635. Just show you how it shows up on the screen. So there you have a target. If you allow this to work in auto mode, then move down to 1635, you'd make $46. Again, if you got taken out for a loss, you'd lose $28. These lines now are movable. So if the trade started to work, remember this is a short, so you want the price to move down. You could start moving this stop down right on the chart. Here's how you just move it right on the chart. Okay. Also, if it gets close to your target, you can start moving it down. Or if it's stalled near your target and started to move up, you could move the line up and you'd be taken out of the trade. That works, of course, if you're connected to your IB account. Now, you don't have to use the chart to do all that. So for instance, if I wanted to get out of the trade, I would just flatten it. Just highlight it and flatten it. If I want to get out of half the trade, want to double my position, I could go down here and say, okay, I've got 200 shares. I want to sell 50 shares. You just type in 50. Or in this case, I'd be buying because it's a short. Pick the price I want. Okay, so this is your paper trading module. I encourage you to use it. Yeah, you can modify. Let me just get into here. Oh, I must have I must have. There we go. There's my positions tab. So. Oh, you see, I got taken out of the trade. Okay, I did get taken out of the trade, but you can modify your orders. If I took another trade, you would see that I could, there's a modify. I can't show it to you now because it's already taken me out of the trade, but I can modify the order in terms of a percent, yes. Jeremy, works with auto trading. Okay, first of all, we don't recommend auto trading the AI or, what we recommend is that you can use the AI as a, if you absolutely had to, maybe if you want to take the trades as they appear in an auto fashion, but then manage the exits on your own. So I mean, if you had a certain amount, I mean, it's tough, Jeremy, because I mean, it would all depend on how many alerts come in. Of course, today there's a very manageable number of alerts, and it depends how much you're risking per trade. I think it's covered in that video, though. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, if you get yesterday and the day before, and I think even this is the third day in a row, not that many alerts, which I mean, I like. Personally, that's what I do like that. Something happened here. Sorry, guys. Something happened here. My columns are not in the right spot. Now look at this one, GLG on the way down here. Not an earnings play. Well, it's past that. It's way past it. Now, I mean, I was hoping it would stall at the 200 day, 657. I mean that's pretty much past it. Now, I mean, if it takes out 17, this has got a lot of room still. And as somebody said, I mean, the casinos are hot right now. And there's the FLL. There's the 200 day for it. There's Caesar. These are all comparison, guys. These are comparing stocks in the same sector. Here's MGM. So these are carryovers from yesterday, the short of XSPA. So this is how you get out of a trade. I can just flatten it. It's sitting around 3, so I'm going to flatten that trade. It gets me out of the trade. So there's the closed P&L. The OMER. I'll flatten that trade. Well, at some point you would think this is going to turn back, but the problem then is that the 200 day may prove to be support. So Ralph, are you in the room? I thought I saw your name in here. You were looking for the scans that I'm sharing. Well, as far as being, yeah, I mean, it is very, Jeremy, it is very robust and customizable. I mean, these are my scans, of course, that I created, and of course, it's how I. So, for instance, all the scans that I've got that I'm sharing are here, scans tab, or in the room drive icon, scans that I share, download. Okay, so Ralph, hopefully you understand then how to access my scans. Just click on that room drive icon and download. And it'll go to a Word document. And you just have to copy the link and file load from cloud, and then the link will appear in here, and then you just load it. So, a word about that. If you do have you want one of my scans, and now it's on your screen, now you can take a look at it. You can right click, configure, summary. So here are the filters that I am using. Now, obviously, you may have a completely different idea of a price range. This is what I'm using. So you can change your price range. You might have a different idea about the minimum volume you want. Okay, so you can of course adjust any of these values, or you could add a filter in or get rid of something. So this is kind of like a template for you. You don't have to make any changes if you don't want to, but once you do make your changes, if you do, or even if you don't forget to save the window to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, save. So now it's in the cloud. Just a minute, please. So save everything like all your individual windows, save to the cloud, save your layout to the cloud. Once you have a layout that you kind of like, file, save or share to cloud, click on entire layout, give it a name, and save it. So there's a couple of reasons why you should save things to the cloud. You can have trade ideas loaded on as many devices as you want. Your laptop, a tablet, of course your desktop. Okay, you can have trade ideas loaded on as many devices as you want. You can only have trade ideas loaded one device at a time. But let's just say you get a new laptop. So you load the program, and then you just file load from cloud, and then you can load your layout. So you don't have to reconstruct everything over and over again. Just a minute, please. Okay, so the other reason, of course, is that if anything happens to one of your devices, say you're just using a desktop, but if something happens to it, it crashes. You don't have to worry. I mean, you're going to have to maybe get a new computer or reformat and all, but if you've saved everything to the cloud, then again, you just load everything from the cloud. Okay, so I was asked to go over how to add stops and targets when you take a trade. Let's pick something here. So there's a little pullback for BDSI. So let's just take the trade, okay? A couple hundred shares, or what's this one doing? Let's second. So here's Sientra, okay, SIN. Let's take the trade. A couple hundred shares. Let's go 300 shares at the market. Go with the market because it's 410, 411 bids, so that's okay. So now here's where you can put your stop. You just once you're in the trade, just right click, add the stop order. If I want to put 4 as my stop, it's going to show up right on the screen. Right click again, add a target order, 450. Add it again. This is all in the simulator. So now you see how easier to see on this daily chart. There's the target at 450. Takes me out. I'd make $115. Hard to see it here. It's pretty jumbled. But if it took me out at $4, then I'd be down $34. And again, you can move these right on the chart. Okay, Ralph, did you get that? No, Jeremy, of course not. I think you're just kidding. Hi, is there a way to use the Holly strategies? Well, you have to have our premium service, and then you can right on the screen. So Ralph was asking, yes, you can take this if it starts approaching the target, you can just take this and move it up or down. Same with the stop. You can use this like a trailing stop. You know what I would be doing instead of these artificial. Well, I want a 1% trailing stop or 0.5% or 10 cents. You know, I'd be using this if the trade starts working and putting it in areas on the chart where it makes sense, where there might be some support. You know, so you just move it up and down. Yeah. So Steve, all of that you can create your own strategies. You know, with what we call one-click trading. All that is covered in the Brokerage Plus video. I believe though that percentages you can only put a dollar amount. Okay, so the percentages, I think they are. I don't know if it's being worked on to allow percentages, but you can definitely put a dollar amount. Well, you could put the bid ask up here if you wanted to. I mean, I don't because I use my time and sales right here from Interactive Brokers. You know, it's real time. I mean, I don't bother putting it here. Yeah, you too, Ralph. Have a great weekend. Yeah, you can do that. Please, you got to watch it. Jeremy, I don't know if you've watched the video. I mean, you might not be a subscriber, but a lot of your questions about Brokerage Plus and trading using Brokerage Plus are all going to be answered here. That's why I do not really spend that much time on, say, the intricacies, how to create the one click buying and things like that, or shorting. Okay, I don't go into it because the video is excellent. So when you say, is there a way to use the Holly strategies? I don't understand I don't understand the question exactly. I mean, obviously you have to have the premium service. And when you have it, here are the strategies, and how you use them is up to you. Okay, well, again, I don't quite know how I use the AI. For instance, I only like to see stocks under $20. Okay, for instance, I don't auto trade them. You know, I'm not auto trading anything. So I use it as a watch list for the day. Well, when you say how do I do that, well, when you get the alert, you trade it if you want. I mean, I'm not sure. If you're talking about auto trading, there's no way, for instance, to say only auto trade the stocks under $20 as an example. Okay, if that's what you mean. But I wouldn't get too hung up on auto trading, guys, to be honest, okay? Well, you can't. I think you're maybe misunderstanding what the AI is all about. You cannot say, okay, put in a bunch of stocks that are under $20 and have Holly feed you information about them. That's like saying here in my basic new highs and lows, okay? So imagine this were an AI strategy. Here are my filters, stocks between 1 and 20, current volume, et cetera, et cetera. And anytime a stock makes a new high or a new low, I want to get the real-time alert. Well, obviously, before the market opens, I have no idea. We have no idea what stocks are going to meet these filter requirements and make a new high or low. But when it happens, I get the alert. So the same thing with the AI. These are strategies, pushing through resistance, quarterback, selling strength, etc. These are strategies, and if the filters are met, then you'll see an alert. Okay? So it's not like you can say, okay, it's not like we get 1,000 alerts a day. You get an alert and it's under $20 and that's what you want to trade, that price range. Then you look at it. And as I said before, I mean, I knew this as a financing at $7, so it might struggle to get through 7. 7 might prove to be a pretty good base. Why do I? Just because they give, I mean, this is what I limited here too. Also, I just find, I mean, obviously, stocks that are under $20 that don't have huge floats can give us the best percentage increases. That's just me. I mean, look, lots of people will never trade that like that. They'll they don't feel comfortable trading stocks under 20 or under 10 or under 5. But I just over time, that's what I just feel comfortable doing. I mean, you're not going to see Facebook, jump to 200% today. Okay, whereas you get some of these small ones, you can get those incredible runs. So I just like to concentrate on that, and that's it. Okay, so Terry, this is what I use for the pre-market, and you can download it from the you can click on the Room Drive icon and download. But I'll show you the scans that I use. Okay, you see where it says the ones I use these four: gap up shared, gap down shared, pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. These four. This is what I use exclusively in the pre-market. These are alerts, and they'll give me a real-time alert. And these are top lists, you know, which are going to show me the active stocks. I can sort on various columns. Okay, but these give me real-time alerts when a stock is making a new high or low, and this is more of a top list. But these are the four. I've been using this for years, these four. So you can take a look at those. Whew. I don't know if there's news actually. FAMI receives new customer orders for export to US and Canada. There's your news. Okay. That was on the 14th. That's today. So I guess that was the news. So hopefully I've caught up all the questions. It's 11:18 now. What a fast morning as always. If I haven't answered a question, then please just repost it. Well, we can always charge you more, Jeremy, if you'd like. Looking to trade ideas to only show stocks that have an R. Okay, well, that's easy. Very, very simple. Yeah, you could, yeah, just put a minimum. Hey, your time frame. You can. Well, I can't help you there. If it doesn't look like it's working, I don't know how I can help you. I mean, if the software you don't think it's working, then that's something for our tech guys to take a look at. Because there's obviously nothing I can do about it if you don't think it's working. You might want to just send something to info at. All right, so Terry, did you not hear me? So, guys, when you ask me a question and you post a question, it really helps me to know. If you can't hear me, like tell me you're on mute or something like that, okay? Because otherwise, I go through an explanation for nothing. Okay, so this is what I told you, Terry. In the scan section, this is what I've been using for years, okay? So in the scan section, you will see gap up shared, gap down shared, pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. I use these four windows scanners. Been using them for years. So you can take a look at these. These are alerts. So every time a stock that is doing pretty big volume in the pre-market and is up a certain percentage in the pre-market, if it makes a new high, you get a real-time alert, or it makes a new low, a real-time alert. These are top lists, so you can rank the various columns, okay? So these are the four. If you want them, you can just go to you can either, do it individually here. Just click on the link and load them, or you can go to the room drive icon, scans that I share, download, and you'll see them there also. All you have to do is copy the link and then load it. Once you've copied the link, file load from cloud, and it'll appear in here. Okay? Yeah, if you have a problem, just let me know. That's okay. No, that's okay. I mean, listen, I make enough errors on muting myself when I didn't realize I had muted myself. So, and I'm talking for 5 minutes, not realizing my mic is off. So the spy's making a move here. So little disconnect here. We've got the techs are down a little bit, Dow's up a little bit, spy's up a little bit. I did not see the fossil short, no. But the reason I wouldn't necessarily take it anyway is because, I mean, there's 549. So I mean, actually, okay, I guess from the top here, but it's obvious that could be a support level. I mean, I'm more interested in taking shorts when a stock is getting close to the 200-day. It seems to stall and it drops from it. Yeah, I thought you meant TFFB. Okay, Flyer, I'll get to your question. You'll get very different, probably very different opinions. I don't use trailing stops. One of the reasons I don't use trailing stops is because I'm not in very many trades at the same time. All right, so I can easily manage, very rarely am I in more than 2 trades at a time. So it's very easy for me to just keep an eye, and I'll just, I'll get out of positions piecemeal where I want to, and I just don't use a trailing stop. So, but somebody else might have a completely different opinion, especially if you're in more trades at the same time. So there's no real pros or cons. I mean, I would probably, if I were in, 5, 6, 10 trades at a time, I mean, I would have to do something completely differently. All right, so Sanjay, you have to watch that. I don't know if you've watched the video. The Brokerage Plus intro video. But if you're in a trade, I mean, you can just manually get out if you want. It's got nothing to do. Yeah, I mean, if you, once you trade, so you'll see in your position. So you want to get out of a trade, you just get out. Then you can put the stop loss in just by, again, I'm not in a trade right now, but you just right click on it, and what would happen is you would see something saying add stop loss. All right, so let's take, so again, I'm just going to demonstrate how you can do that. But again, that's in the video. Everything is in that video. How to add a stop loss and how to add a target. Well, Jeremy, no, you have to be a subscriber to Trade Ideas. These are all cloud links, okay? You have to be a subscriber to Trade Ideas. Okay, so I'm not understanding, Sanjay. Are you talking about then doing it within Interactive Brokers? Well, I mean, you have to learn the program. I mean, there are all sorts of videos. I mean, I don't use it within Interactive Brokers, but go to. I would look at. I mean, there's tons of videos on IB how to place stop losses and targets and all of that. Mechanically how to do that, okay? But you could, but you could do it here. I mean, because if you're using Brokerage Plus and you're connected at IB, you could do it right in here. Because what I don't want to do, Sanjay, is say, well, I think this is what you do. Okay, I know how to do it within Brokerage Plus, but your IB platform, which I don't use to do that, I don't want to steer you wrong. So I mean, you better either call them look. IB's got a ton of videos. So I'm pretty sure if you just typed in how to place a stop loss within Interactive Brokers, I'm 100% sure you'll get an answer. Okay. But again, I'm just curious why you wouldn't use if you have trade ideas. Maybe you just don't have the premium service. Okay. Because I would use, you can easily do it within Brokerage Plus, which would be connected. Then you don't have to stick around. Does Holly also auto select aggressiveness? So, see if I can decipher your question. One of the Holly segments is called Holly Neo, and that is a more aggressive one. You'll note. Excuse me. Let me just take a look at one of them. See, you look at the relative volume for this one. The relative volume. So that's one of the key filters that Neo uses. High relative volume. So if that's what you mean by aggressive. Oh, I see, Sanjay. Okay. Yeah, give me one moment, please. So when you say, okay, conservative, moderate, aggressive, okay, again, all of that is in, and I hate to deflect all this to the video, okay? You guys are asking a lot of questions about Brokerage Plus and Interactive Brokers and conservative and all moderate. Before you ask those questions, I would encourage you to watch this video. Okay, I mean, you can choose right there, the mode you want to get into, okay? But it's all covered in that video. See, otherwise I'd be answering questions about everything in Brokerage Plus and all day long, which I was doing that. You did watch it? Well, didn't it show you? Oh, I'm sorry. I misread you. Aggressive is not there. You're absolutely right. I'm sorry. Aggressive is not there. And it won't be there. So as far as light speed is concerned, yeah, I mean, it's a broker. It's just a matter of when you say, "Can we connect?" I mean, all we're talking about is the time saving aspect of it. So when you click on an alert, it'll load into your platform, and then from within your platform, you can trade it. It's got nothing to do with this Brokerage Plus. I just want to reiterate that, okay? Because again, it gets confusing for a lot of people. Trade Ideas is a scanning tool. First and foremost, it's a scanning tool. You can use any broker with it. Okay, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what broker you've got. It's a scanning tool first and foremost. Now, we've created a few things that makes it maybe a little easier to use it with whatever broker you've got. But at the very least, it's a scanning tool so that if you had to, for some reason we couldn't establish a link, you'd have to type the symbol in. If you got an alert, you'd have to type the symbol into your order entry in your broker's platform, okay? So we're a scanning tool first and foremost. But we created ways in which for most brokerage platforms, we can link using our external linking tool. And you just follow the instructions, add the link, and you'll see these are the instructions. All linking does is saves you the step of having to type the symbol into your brokerage platform. That's all it does. You click on the alert, click on the symbol, it'll load into your platform. Then from within your platform, you do what you want. You trade it, whatever you want to do. We take it one step further with this Brokerage Plus window so that you can actually trade from within Trade Ideas right now if you have an interactive brokers account. It's not mandatory though. You don't need Brokerage Plus to trade. It's just a nice little tool. And of course, to be used as paper trading, which has got nothing to do with the broker you've got. Hey, no problem. So a word about this, the LINX alert from the AI. When I looked at that, I thought, okay, a couple days ago, 3 days ago, there was the high, so it might struggle to get through that. So now if it got to that from 648, that wouldn't be a bad percentage move, but you can see where it may struggle to get through that. So when I look at an AI alert, it's not that I just take the trade immediately. I'm always looking at the charts. Now this has like a lot of possibilities as a potential swing. Earnings, we've already had earnings. You look at that weekly chart, I mean, it has, room maybe up to the 9 level. I'm not saying it's going to get there. So for those of you who are always, not always, but I mean, you should be asking, can the AI be used for swing trades? Well, we don't have a swing trading segment as such, but it could be completely up to you if you wanted to hold this trade, especially if it took out that high here. You might say, wow, okay, it's got room. I mean, it's got room. That's all we're looking for a swing trade, in my opinion. Shouldn't say all we're looking for, but I mean, that's a big part of it. All right, what time is it now? It is 11:37. So I'll be taking my break in about 15 minutes. So here's what I see. Again, it may not be exactly the same, but it's just touching the top of that channel, and there's the mean. So that if it got down to the mean, that wouldn't be bad. So you are right. Again, this channel may look different, Think or Swim or others, but look to see it break 850. And they're talking about the NPTN. There could be some pretty good support right here though too, around 830, 7 or so, but so TFFP. Oh, I see. So you mentioned it back here. Yeah, a little disappointing. I mean, it's an earnings play. Had a huge pop after hours yesterday. Hasn't really. It's kind of been chopping around. I just find it hard to trade when you see all these topping tails and bottoming tails, especially on a 15-minute chart, where you'd think things would be a little more smooth. A lot worse, of course, on a 5-minute chart. MESO. No, yeah, nice. So after that short right there, yeah, nice move. This has what I want to call FDA approval, but you have to read the press release. And this is almost an all-time high. I mean, there's the all-time high right up here, 2059. are they? What do they? AdCom rules in favor of mesoblast. Nice to see something other than a virus. I don't know what Ryanocel. I don't know what drug that is supposed to work on, but so guys, I just have to tell you. I mean, I am taking some trades. I'm not going to announce them. I'm not going to, but I have been taking some trades. A lot of the ones that Real has been looking at, I've been looking at on the short side. You know, I just kind of have to act a little bit on my own sometimes because things are just, you know, I'm trying to answer questions and look at IQ. So IQ, looking at that weekly chart, well, it's $1 away from that low. Prison stock, CXW, wow, over 10 now. And looking left though, what do you see? What I see is 10.50. So 10.15 could really hamper it from going higher, guys, and even over here. So this is looking interesting as a potential short. I mean, you know, obviously if it takes this out, but where's the there's the VWAP 988, so that could be some support. Boy, IQ is really so Fred, VCNX new IPO? Not certainly not today. And you know, it looks like this IPO'd back in almost 2 years ago. Or is that what you're considering a new IPO still? Well, Interactive Brokers has always had a reputation for having shorts that other brokers don't, you know, but again, it depends. I mean, some of the smaller, really low cap, you know, for instance, did not have FAMI, you know, and I've seen that, you know, something very, very low float. A lot of times, you know, they will not have shorts available. But I think as a general reputation, Interactive Brokers has always had that reputation of having shorts. As opposed to, say, Thinkorswim. And Real has both Thinkorswim and IB, and he, you know, that's why he has IB. Otherwise, he would. I think he would just have Thinkorswim. Though I think he uses IB Lite so he can, you know, the commission-free trading. But I think he's also mentioned several times that Thinkorswim does not have the same short inventory that IB has. There you go. Great charts, bad brokerage. Yeah, I think he's mentioned several times he uses IB Lite. The problem with using IB Lite exclusively, if it matters to you, is we do not connect. We cannot get an external link to IB Lite. And we cannot use, if you care, you cannot trade IB Lite using Brokerage Plus if you care. All right. Meanwhile, CXW is another new high here. Let's just see if it takes this out or if it finally stalls right there. Yeah, take it off topic. Yes, definitely take that off topic, please. All right, guys, I'm going to find out who is taking the YouTube feed at noon. Okay, so it's Sean. Okay. So I'll be taking my break pretty soon, in about 5 minutes or so. Another exciting morning. Yeah, let's keep. We have very few rules in the room, okay? But we do have a stocks only tab, and that's just literally for stocks only suggestions, ideas, okay? Virtually everything else is off topic unless you want to, have a tech support type question. You can put it here. We don't talk about how much money we make, and we don't talk about how many shares we take. Very few rules, and of course, the obvious one is to be civil with everybody, and that's a rule that not a rule. It's just an obvious thing, but it's a program interface, Billy. This is how we connect with IB here, and most of the um, most of the brokerage platforms that we're able to connect. It's just a program interface. What? What do I think of Sorry, I think I missed the symbol. What do I think of TP, TPTW? TPTW. Yeah, so I thought so. A couple of things, okay? I don't trade pink sheet stocks, number one, okay? That's not to say you shouldn't or anybody else shouldn't. Number two, it's way too, I mean, I know it's traded a huge amount of shares, but it's way under a price that I even consider looking at. So I'm the wrong person, to even comment on something like this, I suppose. There might be some penny stock players in the room that might want to chime in their opinion, but I mean, yeah, I just don't even look at these. I'm sorry. It's possible that news on Walmart came out, but yeah, I just don't look at them. I'm sorry. Okay, thank you, Fred. I didn't think it was from today. What time frame, man? I see it's getting close. Again, with the IB, it's getting close on the 15s. What time frame are you looking at? Yeah. See, there it is for me on the fives. Quite a bit of ways on the five, but 15 certainly it's approaching it. I have to get to the bottom of this. Why there's such a discrepancy? Okay, well, first of all, it's hard for me to comment on something like that data stop. I don't know Fidelity at all. Trader Pro by Fidelity. So I'll let anybody who has Fidelity, they can comment. Obviously, I'm going to be biased. I think we've got the best scanning software out there. But obviously, I'm biased. I do work for the company. But anybody who has Fidelity might want to chime in. As far as connecting to Fidelity, I think I do believe we connect. I think it's a bit of a trick to do it. But again, somebody with Fidelity, uh, DataStop is asking a question that only, I mean, I just don't know their what Trader Pro is at all. And using TI increase, well, I mean, we are a subscription, so you'd have a monthly subscription, of course, that you'd have to pay Trade Ideas, excluding membership fees. No, no, we don't charge like per trade or anything like that. No, if that's what you meant. You too, Billy. Boy, look at Skies. Just a pullback, pullback. That's a pretty big pullback, but Skies just a monster today. I see. No, there are no additional costs. No, I see what you mean. There are no additional costs other than, as you say, the subscription cost to trade ideas. But no, there are no additional costs per trade or anything like that. No. Okay, well, an attempt at a new high by CXW. I mean, it's getting very close here. Again, this could be another one of those that has had earnings August the 5th. I'm really getting into this shorting. Okay, Sean, I wonder if Sean is in the trading room yet, in the YouTube feed yet. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put my announcement here. So I'll be taking my break very, very soon. All right, Sean. Okay, I will stop streaming YouTube feed. Okay, thanks, Sean. So Sean will be in the YouTube feed from 12 to 1. I will get back into the YouTube feed at 1 o'clock, and I'll be back in the other room at 12:30. So let me just get that streaming stopped.
Hello, hello. Can everybody hear me? I think you can now. Awesome. Had to rejigger my settings there. Sorry about that. I just did my best Canadian impression there, Barry. I hope you appreciate that. Sorry about that, eh? Sorry about those Toronto Maple Leafs, eh? Well, I know Barry's not a Toronto Maple Leafs fan, so it falls flat with him. I think I was the last person on Earth, or at least in North America, or at least in Canada and the cities that care in America. I feel like I was the last person to know that hockey was back on. I didn't even know. It's because I don't really follow the news, as everybody who knows me knows. And I've been watching baseball, but didn't know that hockey was back on. Hockey in August? That just seems like crazy talk to me. Anyway, sorry about all that. Folks, it's the top of the hour. This is the live Q&A, the live trade ideas Q&A for the next hour. I'm filling in for my friend Andy, who is on vacation, a well-deserved vacation right now with his family. So I am here. And this is for you. This is for you to ask any questions you have about the platform, if there's any features you're not sure about or need some help tweaking. Anything like that, anything software related, happy to field those questions and do the best I can with them. I don't have my standard disclaimer at the beginning of every one of these live Q&As is I don't have all the answers, but I do know enough to be dangerous. So throw what you got at me and I'll do my best to answer it. Meanwhile, S&P treading a little bit higher today. Is today the day that we finally print a new all-time high in the S&P? New all-time high would be just slightly above 339. We are easily within shooting distance from right here. I think it's all but a foregone conclusion that we're going to print new all-time highs. The real question is what happens next? Are we setting up for a massive move, breaking out? Let's pull up a weekly chart here just to give us a little bit more of a time, a little bit more of a broader view. So here's the weekly chart on the S&P. Here is your coronavirus V bottom, V for virus, right? And wow, if we break out of here and run higher, where does it stop? I don't know. Do you know? I don't know. Certainly don't want to step in front of it. Well, folks, I'm here for you. So this next hour is going to be quiet unless people start asking questions. So if you got any questions that are burning a hole in your head, please throw them into the chat panel. I'm here to help. No question's a dumb question. I promise you there's at least 50 people in this room right now. And if you got a question about something, I promise you there's somebody else who was wondering the same thing. So please go ahead and throw a question in there and we will do our best to tackle it. Okay. So far we are quiet in the chat panel. Unless my chat panel's wrong. Let me reload this. Hello, is it working? Yes, it seems to be working. So while I wait for questions to come in, I am going to do a little housekeeping of my own swing positions here. You'll notice in my Brokerage Plus window, these are all my open swing trades. Sitting on some fat open profits here. These are trades I've been in for several weeks, several months in some cases. Here's one that I got in back on May 12th. This has been quite a ride here in Logi. But before everybody gets too excited about my open profits and my trading acumen, let me full disclosure. This is the simulated trading account. You can see right here up in the header, simulated trading. I am demoing the Brokerage Plus module for swing trading for people. So these are the positions I maintain now. These are just as good as real trades, but unfortunately these profits are not residing in my brokerage account, which I wish they were. That would be nice. But the point is you can see the potential. So anyway, these are all my open positions, and what I'm going to do, and I do this periodically, I'm not a day trader anymore. I used to day trade a lot, but not anymore. I'm a swing trader, and so I just kind of need to go cycle through all my charts and occasionally drag up my stop loss levels. So you'll notice with Brokerage Plus on any open position you have, your stop loss order clearly displays on a chart. In this case, I got a stop loss at 64.42. You can see there. And you can see if my stop loss level were to get hit, I'd walk away with a $6,200 profit. I'm currently, if you look here in my Brokerage Plus box, I currently have an open P&L of near 2,500. But this shows me what my P&L would be if my stop loss got hit. I'm going to drag my stop loss up a little bit. I'm noticing there was a pullback recently, and right here seems like I found some support. So let's drag a stop loss up a little bit, just below that support. And that seems good to me. Hiya, Mike. Good to see you, buddy. All right, Penn. This has been a fantastic winner. I am going to drag my stop up here. I mean, no reason giving back so many open profits. I'll drag my stop to about there. Now, folks, I eyeball this stuff. And this would be true whether I was trading in demo like I am here or if this was live money. This is just kind of the way I do it. I don't micromanage my positions. I'm a very visual person, and Trade Ideas software is great for visual people like me, where I could just drag and drop my stop losses as I need. Now this one here, I'm not going to drag my stop loss yet, but it's likely if today's low holds in purple, that will probably become my new stop loss level going forward. Well, we'll let today's action shake out. Similar story with Nova. I'm just going to kind of let that one do its thing for now. Logi. Okay, Logi, I'm going to drag my stop up. We printed a new high a couple days ago. So let's set the recent lows as the new stop loss. There we go. Locking in some more profits. I like it. We'll drag up this Yandex. Very good. Nothing I enjoy more than dragging up stop loss levels. I'm going to leave this one where it is for now. That's all right. Ooh, Best Buy. This thing's starting to look good. I'm just going to drag my stop loss to break even. I don't want to turn a winner into loser here at this point. So I'm just going to drag my stop loss up there. There we go. FBHS. Similar story. I'm going to drag my stop loss to break even. Once I've had some nice gains, I hate to turn a winner into a loser. Move this one up just a slight bit. See, so now we're starting to get into the trades that still need a little bit more time to work. I mean, I got some green and that's good, but they still need a little bit more time to marinate to catch the wind in their sails, so to speak. CC, okay, this is the one. Definitely want to drag that stop loss up to right below that reaction low from a few days ago. I hope this little exercise is disabusing any of you who might think that I'm some kind of trading expert. While I have been trading for 22 years, I'll be the last person to tell you I'm a trading expert. I just, I follow some best practices that work for me, and I like to keep things simple. I am a simple man when it comes to trading. If you're coming to trade ideas with some really harebrained ideas, we can certainly accommodate you, but you won't really find a good audience with me. Because I like to keep things extremely simple. I've been in this game too long, and I'm getting too old to be stressing about every tick in the market. Just can't do it. So I don't know, is this what it usually is on Friday? I usually handle the Monday sessions. I'm filling in for Andy today. And so far this Friday's off to a slow start. If we don't start getting some questions coming in here soon, I might just pull the plug and send you back to Barry's trading room. No sense in wasting anybody's time. Luckily for you, I got all the time in the world. So if you do have questions, please throw them at me. Aussie girl, if you got some questions, please throw them at me. I'm here for you. Nobody seems to be very committal today to asking questions. I don't know if it's a Friday thing. Look, I get it. It's Friday. It's August. I get it. Side note, today's my 19th wedding anniversary. Congrats to me and my wife. Actually, much more congrats to my wife for sticking it out for this long, to be honest. Let's be real here. There are no simple questions, Morphus. Hi there. Does TI connect with your broker to process trades, or does the platform have its own trading platform? Well, we do have our own module. It's right here. You can see it on my screen, Brokerage Plus. This is the module that I use for trading. And yes, this does connect to Interactive Brokers. That's the only broker that will accept live orders from Trade Ideas. Okay, you'll have to have a live pro account with Interactive Brokers in order to send trades direct from Trade Ideas. But once you've got that and you've got that connected, you would send trades direct from this portal right here, the Brokerage Plus window. You can manually trade hitting these buy and sell buttons, or manage existing positions with these buttons here along the right. Or you can auto trade Holly, which if I go to the Holly tab, these are all the Holly strategies. I don't have them on because I don't intraday trade. I'm a swing trader. But if I were to trade these, I would just toggle all of these to on. And you could also auto trade your own strategies in this tab. So I got a couple strategies in here. Well, really just this one. I'm not currently trading it, but I could turn it on if I wanted to. So yeah, you would do all your trading right through here, Mr. Morphus. Debbie, thank you. Thank you. And same to you, Mike. Thank you. Yeah, Debbie, I think that's a high priority feature for the dev team going forward. I don't have an ETA on that right now. They all have their hands deep in some bigger fish to fry right now. All good stuff that you guys will all enjoy once it's done. But once that is done, I do know that figuring out a way to let price alerts trigger you into trades in Brokerage Plus is definitely been asked many times by many people. It's only a matter of time before we build that in. And really, it only makes sense, right? Like, how great would it be to have a price alert? Put a price alert up here, right? Say like 83.50. And then when the stock trades up, boom, Brokerage Plus gets you in. That would be great. We all know that. We all want that, believe me. Honestly, I don't know why I wasn't in it from the beginning, but hey, I'm not a developer. I don't know the first thing about putting lines of code together. Well, Debbie, I hear you. One little cheat, as long as your strategy is not super active, if you're not firing off trades one after another, what you can do is if you got multiple strategies running in Brokerage Plus, in your Brokerage Plus window here in your strategies tab, check this out. See this column here, last signal? I'm sorry, not that one. Last, right there, last symbol. This will tell you the last trade that this strategy triggered. So that's one thing you could do. You might not have this column open in your strategies tab, but if you add that column, just to right click, go to columns and locate last symbol, it'll be somewhere in here. And then you add it to your visible columns, you'll see it. So it'll show you the last trade it got into. So that might help. It's not a perfect solution. I feel you, Deb, but it should work. As long as your strategy is not firing off 100 trades in every 5 minutes, it should be helpful to you. Well, Rick, to answer your question, I've been trading since 1998, and on a let's say like a day trade, I definitely had my best dollar days, like the most I've ever made in a trading day. Definitely back when I was a day trader in the late 90s, early 2000s. Sadly, I'm sad to report that. Definitely had the most dollar, but I was also trading with a lot more capital. I was at a prop firm, and just had a lot more at my disposal. But in percentage terms, I've definitely had much greater success as a swing trader. It just more suits my personality these days. I don't have the time to sit in front of a computer and bang keys all day like I used to when I started, when I was a much younger man. So I would say I've definitely been a much more successful swing trader throughout my career than a day trader. And I've been a swing trader in various incarnations in lots of different products. So these days, I primarily trade options. I do the occasional stock swing trade from time to time, but I am primarily an options trader. But for a number of years, I used to run a small hedge fund trading futures, and those were all definitely swing trades. I was following trends and getting into positions and holding them for several weeks and several months if I was lucky enough to be on the right side of one. But for me, and I'm not saying this is the best way. Look, I know plenty of successful day traders who are consistently profitable. month after month, year after year. I know plenty of those. So I'm not saying that swing trading is the best way to make money. It's just the best way for me, I think. Yeah, I hear you, Deb. And I guess another hack that you could do, Deb. I mean, it's not perfect, right? But you could, like, say see my strategy I got here. If I wanted to see all the trades that came from this strategy, I can, let's see, what would I do? Oh yeah, I would right click on strategy and I would go to alert window. This will launch the alert window for that strategy. And then I could go into history and see all the trades that triggered there. That's one thing I could do. Again, it's not perfect, but might be something that would help you. So if you're looking to review at the end of the day, that would be the route. So just look at all your open strategies you have here, right click, hit to go to alert, and you'll see the stocks that came through, and the times should match up, or match up pretty closely anyway. So right here it says Vista entered 9 minutes ago, and you could see it right there. That's 9 minutes ago for me. I'm in the Mountain Time Zone here, so it's 10:19 where I am right now. See what the AI is doing today. If there's any good new trade candidates from a swing trader's perspective. These are all the AI trades in total from all three channels right here. I'm primarily interested in the long trades of stocks above 10 bucks a share. So I'm going to ignore these three. I'm going to ignore the shorts. I'm going to pay attention to these three stocks up here. STK. Got a monthly chart here and a weekly chart here. I don't like that. I don't like that for a swing trade. I do like AMAT though. In fact, I did buy options in AMAT today. For any of you options traders out there, I bought January 80 calls. I paid about $270, $265 for them. Yeah, bought them in a couple tranches. I bought some at $270, some at $265. AMAT's making all-time highs here. You can see on the monthly chart, all-time highs. Blue skies ahead, just had earnings. That's why we gapped up higher today. I love this setup. Love it. So Morphus, the AI is not configured to assist you with scalping. The AI kind of does its own thing. All right. Let me pull up an AI channel here. Let's go to the Neo channel. So what the AI does is, and look, everyone has a different idea what scalping means. Scalping to me, when I started in the late 90s, scalping meant buying on the bid and selling on the offer. Back when stocks were quoted in fractions and the minimum tick was 1/8 of a dollar, which is equal to 12.5 cents. So our game back then, oftentimes, was to see who the big buyer was. Let's say, I mean, this is also back when level 2 would show you who the buyer was and who the seller was on the offer. You'd see Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, Lehman Brothers, Knight, all the big players. You would see who was the buyer and who was the seller. And if I identified that Goldman Sachs was the axe in a stock and they were sitting on the bid at $80 even, well, I would bid 80 1/4. Or I'm sorry, 80 1/8, so one tick ahead of Goldman. And if the offer was 80 1/4, I'd anytime I got filled at 1/8, I would immediately offer it out at 1/4. And more often than not, I would get filled and capture that spread. And I would do that all day long, knowing that at worst case scenario, I could sell to Goldman and take a small loss. To me, that's what scalping was. Scalping has probably changed quite a bit in recent years due to technology and the marketplace itself changing. But no, AI is not designed for scalping. You might consider it scalping because it's intraday trades, right? All these AI trades Holly gets out of by the end of the day. Some trades she's in and out quickly. Some trades she might hold for a few hours. But Holly's designed for you to follow the trades that she gets into. Okay. She's serving up trades that have been given to you from a strategy that's been back tested and optimized and deemed worthy enough to perform well in this market environment. And so if you trust all that, then when a trade comes in, when a trade happens with Holly, you can, either auto trade it and it's done for you, or you could choose to follow along and enter your own trade. And how you manage it from there, I guess, is up to you. But it's not really, scalping is not something I would associate with the AI. Debbie, good to see you're wading into the world of options. Buying calls and buying puts, that's the gateway drug. Next thing you know, you're going to be selling multi-legged spreads and doing all kinds of volatility skew plays. Whew, it's a journey. Have fun with that. Anyway, SQ, you bought some SQ today. Well, I don't know when you bought it, but on a daily chart, it seems like a kind of a nice buy the dip situation. Scream higher. Now, one thing, Debbie, Trade Ideas is not geared for options trading. You could certainly leverage Trade Ideas to find great stock candidates for putting on an options trade, absolutely. But Trade Ideas is missing one very important element that I pay attention to with my options trading, and that is we don't have implied volatility data here. That's data that's only supplied by the options exchanges, which we do not get data from the options exchanges. But for me, if I'm going to buy a call, I love this setup, right? If I'm bullish and I want to buy on a pullback, this seems like a great place to buy some options. But before I pull the trigger, I need to check the implied volatility and see where the implied volatility is. If the implied volatility is high, meaning it's high relative to where it's been over the past 6 months to a year, I don't like to buy calls in a situation like that. I'm overpaying for volatility, and volatility tends to mean revert. When volatility is high, it tends to come back down. Now, it's anyone's guess how long that'll take, but generally speaking, when volatility is high, I like to be fading it. So if volatility is high in SQ, which I don't know offhand right now, I'd have to look at my charts, but I would be hesitant to buy. But if volatility is low, I love it. I love the trade. All right, folks, this is a reminder. I have another 30 minutes to hang out with you. If you have any questions about the software, please throw them in here. That's what we're here for. I know I see that there's a few of you who have joined this call since we first started, so welcome. If you missed my preamble in the beginning, this is an open forum, open Q&A, so no question's a bad question. And if it's something you're wondering about, I promise you somebody else was probably wondering the same thing. So we'll all benefit if you ask your questions. Okay, Mr. Trim Trader, can you show me how to set an alert that shows me all stocks that are within 2% of their yearly highs? Absolutely, I can. So he wants an alert window. So let's go ahead and go to your TI menu bar. This is how we launch any new window in Trade Ideas. We go ahead and click New, and then we choose Alert Window. Now, I'm going to start from scratch. I'm going to double click here. This is important. Start from scratch. And now, because it's an alert window, you want some kind of trigger that's going to catch your attention, that's going to let you know that, hey, it's time to take action. Okay? So actually, let me take a step back here. Mr. Trim Trader, it might be better not to have an alert window, because you don't want to be alerted when they're making the new highs, right? You want some kind of lead time. That's why I'm assuming you're asked like stocks that are within 2% of their yearly highs. Actually, you know what? We'll just go here. Let's do this. Because 2% from a yearly high could still be a lot of room. So let's do an alert window. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the search tab and I'm going to type in new high, because that's the alert I'm looking for. That's my notification. So I'm going to hit new high, hit add alert, and I'm going to leave this box blank. Okay? If I leave this box blank, then it's going to send me alerts for new highs that are an intraday new high. Okay, if I put like a number here, it's going to tell me a new 20-day high. And you might want that, and that's fine, but I'm just going to leave this blank so we'll get alerted on a stock making a new intraday high. I placed a check in the box next to new high. If I hit a hide unused, that new low thing will go away. So that's the alert. That's what's going to catch my attention. Now, the very important filter that you're asking about is you only want to get alerted on stocks making new intraday highs if they are within 2% of their yearly high. So what we do now is let's go back to the search tab, and I'm going to type in some shorthand for position in range. I just did pause in range, but I could type out position in range if I wanted. But you'll notice we have a number of position and range filters. The one that is going to be specific to you is position in year range right there. Okay. So if you want stocks that are 2% away from their yearly high, let's use this position in yearly range filter. I'm going to add the filter. It's going to bring me over to my Windows specific filters tab. Position and range is highlighted. I'm going to want a stock that is not at its high. So I have a maximum of 99% and a minimum of 98. Actually, no, let's just put it at 100. Why not? 100. Okay. So this is going to show you, if I click the show me button, it should tell you in plain English, show me stocks where the price is between 98% and 100% above the low of this range. Basically what that means is it's going to show you the top 2%. The stocks are in the 2% of the yearly range. Okay. I don't know if we could do decimals here. If I did like 99.9, let me just for my own edification. Oh yeah, there we go. So that makes me feel better because now the stock's not making a new intraday. It's not making an all-time or a yearly high, but it's close. Okay. So I didn't add any other filters. If I hide unused, I just got one filter here. I've let, maybe we'll just set a price of like $1. We don't want any penny stocks, right? Minimum price. So normally I would add a lot more filters, but just to show you how this works, we'll call this within 2% of yearly highs. Hit OK. And now let's launch this window. The last alert to fire was DHI. Let's click on this chart. You know what? Let's pull up a daily chart here and let's stretch it out. Let's do a weekly chart and let's try to stretch it out so we can see an entire year here. So that's about a full year right there. And yeah, the DHI, I mean, it's definitely near its upper range for the year. If I want to check history and see all the trades that came through today, let's go ahead and hit today. And let's scroll back a little bit. Let's see what IDX Corp. There you go. Look at that. The stock is right up against the upper range, right? That looks good. And TSX, what does this look like? Same. I mean, this has been making highs recently. I mean, that's one thing you're going to find here. You're not only you're going to find stocks like this IEX that are coming back up to the highs, but you're going to find ones that are making new highs and have been making highs for the last several weeks. As you get, like, this is a perfect example. So Trim Trader, I hope that helped. Let me know if you have any follow-up questions on that. Happy to continue that. I'll leave this window open so we can continue that thread. Actually, let's do this. I'm going to save this to my cloud so that I don't lose it. Within 2% of yearly highs, we'll call it right there. I'll hit save. So now I have that in case we move around. All right, let's see, Bobo. I'm a Mac user. I've been using the web version. What magical things am I missing because I'm using the web version? Anything significant? Well, you kind of hit it on the head right there. Outside of Brokerage Plus, that's really the only thing that you're missing that's major. With the web version, we do not have Brokerage Plus capability, unfortunately. Hopefully that'll be rectified in the future, but for now you need to use the downloadable version to use Brokerage Plus. If you're not using Brokerage Plus or have no interest in Brokerage Plus, the web version should treat you just fine. I mean, the web version does have some different UI, user interface things that take a little getting used to, but all the core functionality of the platform is there. There's some minor things that are missing, and they're not worth getting into here, but all the core functionality is available on the web version. But Bobo, if you do find yourself wanting to use Brokerage Plus and you are a Mac user, which I am too, the screen that you see is my only Windows PC machine in my house, and all it does is runs my Trade Ideas software. The rest of my house is all Mac. I got a 27-inch Mac iMac. I've got a MacBook Air. I got a MacBook Pro. I got 2 kinds of iPads. I got 75 different iPhones laying around the house. I mean, we're a Mac house for sure. This one lonely Windows PC is the only machine I have that runs Windows, and it's only here to run Trade Ideas software. But that said, on your Mac, if you want to run Brokerage Plus, there is a way you can do it on your Mac. It takes a little bit extra work. You got 2 options, really. I'll start with the least desirable option. The least desirable option is you can buy Windows and install it on your Mac. You could do use Parallels. If you Google Parallels, you'll find it, where you could basically install Windows on your Mac, and then you could run Trade Ideas within your Mac. The other option, which the guys here at Trade Ideas like best, and by the way, many of the guys here at Trade Ideas are also Mac users. What we like here the best is the Amazon Web Services Virtual Windows Desktop solution. Basically, you can just open any web browser, whether it's Chrome or Safari or Internet Explorer. Does anybody use Internet Explorer anymore? You just open up a web browser and go to your Amazon Web Services page, and you can have Windows running right there on your browser. And it's basically running in the cloud. It's always on, never down, and it always is updated to the latest version of Windows. So it's a pretty nice solution. Costs a little bit of money. I mean, it's not much. I think it's like $30 a month for what you need. But that's what the guys here use. And it's great because through Amazon Web Services, you could then access Trade Ideas from anywhere at any time on any device. It's pretty cool. Yeah, it is a portal to a whole new world. Indeed. All right, folks, I got about 20 minutes left to hang with you. So please, any more questions, throw them in here. Let's riff. Where did that pinned window just go? There it is. Mike C., I've definitely read Larry Williams' stuff in the past, but it's been a long time since I've read it, so I don't remember exactly what his angle is. You might have to remind me. I definitely read a book of his at one point. But the fact that I can't remember what it was maybe says that it's not something I used a whole lot. What's the most elaborate strategy I've ever built? Oh, man. My whole life has been building strategies. That's what I do all day long. And I come from the old school where when I would build a strategy and backtest it, I would backtest it by hand, going back tick by tick. Backtesting my strategies. No fun, man. No fun. Probably my most elaborate strategies are probably in the options world. Only because options tend to be a little bit more complicated if you want to make them complicated. So yeah, that's kind of my answer there. Well, Debbie, I don't need to create those because they already exist. There's 2 places that I like to point people to if you're thinking about swing trading. We already have a channel in here. If I could find it. We've been changing the names of these things lately, so I forget what everything is. I feel like I already passed it. We had a Swing Trade Ideas channel in here. Where did it go, or what did it change to? So there it is, Swing Ideas. I went right past it. So this swing trade channel right here is a good place to find some candidates for swing trades. You could use these alert windows out of the box as they are, or you could add your own custom tweaks to them. For anybody who doesn't know how to change an alert window or change some parameters, all you simply do is just right click in it and hit configure. And if you go to the summary tab, it'll give you a brief summary of all the alerts and filters you got in place. And if you want to change any of these filters or remove any of these filters, you go to the Windows specific filters tab and go ahead and start monkeying with the numbers, or just completely getting rid of them if you'd like. So the swing trade channel is built for people who are looking for swing trade ideas. But Debbie, you've probably heard me go on this riff before. I love using Holly AI to help me find swing trades. If we go back to my AI swing trades channel here, this is a custom channel that I've built, right? It's called AI Swings. You can see it right here in the upper left. This is a channel I've built. It's one of my own custom layouts. Every day, usually towards the end of the trading day, I'll look at every trade that Holly got into today. These are all the trades she's done on every channel. I'll particularly pay attention to the long trades, and I will start cycling through all these charts. And if I see a chart that I like as a swing trader, I am much more confident to put a trade on there, because I know that while Holly itself is constructed in service of day trading, she doesn't hold any positions overnight. The catalyst that got her into a trade tends to be a catalyst that can have the potential to move a stock for several days or several months if we're lucky. That catalyst can be anything from stock making an all-time high, stock crossing a key moving average, stock bouncing off a major level, a ramp up of insider buying. I mean, there's hundreds of reasons why Holly will get into a trade, but whatever that reason is, that catalyst, it could push a stock, and we've seen it. I mean, the proof is in the pudding. I mean, if I go to my open positions right here in Brokerage Plus, every single one of these trades was first a Holly trade. Okay? Holly got into a trade, and these were all intraday trades for Holly, but I cycled through the charts and I was like, well, I like this ENPH, and I liked Penn, and I liked Purple. Did I know they were going to turn out to be monster winners? By the way, every one of these trades was sized such that I was only risking $200 of my capital. So this ENPH right now, I'm returning 12x of my original risk, right? I risked $200 to get into this trade. I'm up $2,400 right now. I'll take those 12x returns over and over forever, okay? But every one of these trades, I got the idea from Holly. Holly got into the trade first as a day trade. I took a look at it. I saw the chart. I liked the chart. I liked the setup. And I had that added piece of knowledge knowing that Holly has identified a catalyst here. That's all I need. I'm pulling the trigger. I'm getting in. So there you go, Deb. And for anybody who's interested in swing trading, I think you should really take a look at Holly. For my money, it's where it's at. Holly does the hard work of finding the trades. It's up to you to pull the trigger if you like the chart. Again, as I said before, keep it simple. I'm a keep it simple guy. So going back to Baba, when he asked me what's my most elaborate strategy I've ever built, I could tell you I've built a lot of elaborate strategies, and I no longer trade any of them. Because the more elaborate strategy was, the less likely it was to make money, at least for me. That's been my experience. I'm a total simpleton. Yeah, Debbie, I remember you asking that question earlier in the week. Sorry, I can't help you there. Okay, Morphus, when setting up your parameters for the AI after purchasing, does it give you an option to trade aggressively so it doesn't take you out before you intended to? Well, if you're trading aggressively, then by definition, it'll likely get you out before you intended to. But I think what you're asking is once Holly gets into a trade and it's got its stop loss level, you want to know if you can kind of override that. And the answer is absolutely yes, you can. So I don't have any Holly day trades on right now, so I can't show you an apples to apples comparison, but I could definitely show you based on the positions I have open right now. So every one of these open positions you see in my blotter here, every one of these has a open stop loss order. So I'm on the ENPH chart right now. You can see my stop loss level is shown clearly on the charts here, right? If I wanted to override that or even remove it, I could go to my orders tab and locate that order. There's ENPH right there. That's my sell order. It's a stop. I could just right click on it and cancel order. Okay. So I could cancel the orders and then I'd have to go ahead and create my own to get out. Okay. So yeah, Holly will place the stop loss levels and you can cancel them if you want. Now, basically, the way I think of that, Morphus, is, and this is not something I do, but if I were to day trade Holly, and a lot of the guys here do, I don't, but if I did, the way I would do it is this. I would let Holly get me into all the trades. Let's just, for argument's sake, say that all these positions that I have on right now were all day trades. Holly got me into all these trades today, right? Well, I would let Holly's stop loss and her algorithms manage my exit, but I might be even more aggressive in getting out of stocks that aren't working. What I would do is I would sort my positions by my open P&L like I have here. I got from highest to lowest. You can see my current losing trades are down here at the bottom. And again, let's pretend these are all day trades. I would sit back here and play goalie and just start closing any trades that are red. I mean, I might give them a little bit of room, right? You don't, like, obviously if you get into a trade and it's, right away, you bought on the offer and the bid is, 5 cents below, it's going to show you a little bit of red. I'm willing to give it a little bit of room, but if something like this XEL, if this stays down $115 and it stays this way for a while, I'm going to feel like that trade ain't working. I'm just going to close it out, regardless of what Holly's thinking, regardless of where she's going to get out. So I'm basically just playing goalie here, or maybe a better apt, what's the word I'm looking for? Maybe it's best to describe it as I'm being like a gardener and I'm pulling the weeds, right? So I'll just watch my open P&L. I'm not going to pay any attention to these ones that are working. I'll let them do their thing, let them go. But I would just spend all my attention at the bottom here and just start pulling the weeds, getting rid of the trades that aren't working and let the rest do their thing. And I could manually exit any one of these trades. Like if I didn't like this EXL, just click on it and I could hit flatten right there. If I hit flatten, that'll close me out of the trade. No problem. Boy, that SPY is just teasing everybody. It wants to go higher. All right, folks, just a reminder, I got another 10 minutes to hang out with you. So if you got some questions in mind, running out of time here to ask me. At the top of the hour, I will turn this room back to Barry, and Barry will be back in the trading room and take you up to near the close. I don't think it goes all the way to the close, but it gets you pretty close. Deb, not sure I understand the question, but in your strategies tab in Brokerage Plus, whenever you add new strategies here, and if you make any changes to the strategy, so like you go in here and you edit and you make any changes here, right? Once you've made any changes, just make sure that you You could save as default. You could also save your layout. Save anything and everything, I guess. I don't know. I've not run into that. I don't think I've run into the issue you're talking about. But that probably just speaks more to my limitations of using Brokerage Plus. I'm not running a whole lot of strategies here. I'm just manually trading swing trades. Oh, just reading up on the news. I live in Colorado, for those of you who don't know, and got a major forest fire happening right now, about an hour or so outside of Denver, and starting to chew up some pretty popular hiking trails, which is a bummer. It's been smoky around my house. I mean, I'm a good 2-hour drive away at least from where that fire is happening, but you could smell it here. It's not so good. It's giving my wife a major headache. Usually it gives me headaches, but so far I'm good so far for now. CHREG. I don't know anything about it. What would you like to know? It's got two things going for it that I don't like. Number one, it's a penny stock. Number two, it's got China in the name. Those are two things I don't like to trade. It's got a market cap of $7 million. Are you kidding me? That's a stock? Stock's a rounding error. The market cap of that stock is a rounding error. $7 million market cap? No, thank you. That just screams bullshit stock. All right, folks, I got about 5 minutes left. I'm going to issue last call here for questions. If there's no more questions, I'm just going to pull the plug and start my weekend, if you know what I mean. Like I said, Barry will be back with the trading room and take you into the close. So just hang tight on this channel, and Barry will be your man. What is low float? Well, float refers to the number of shares outstanding that are freely traded in the market. And when people refer to a low float stock, they are referring to stocks that have a small number of shares outstanding. And there's a whole cottage industry of people who love to trade low float stocks because when one of those gets some momentum going, because there's so few supply, they tend to turn into some pretty good runners. Not something I do, but actually I take that back. That is something I do occasionally, but that's what low float means. Aussie girl, would I consider shorting bullshit stocks? Of course, but not penny stocks. No, like a stock like this is $3 stock. I definitely do not short stocks below $15 a share, only because when you're short, your losses are theoretically unlimited. And we've all seen examples lately of stocks that have, were at $1 or $2, all of a sudden scream past $10, $20, $50 a share. I mean, you all saw Kodak recently, right? I mean, that's been all over the news. I mean, imagine for a second, let's zoom in over here. Imagine for a second on you went home on June or July 27th, short this stock at around 294. Looks like it closed. And then the next day it opened up at $9. You're looking at a 300% loss of your capital in that trade. No, thank you. Is Apple ever going to burn you for a 300% loss on a short trade? Unlikely. Yes, Apple's been screaming higher, but unlikely it's going to double overnight on you or triple overnight. I mean, and I'm not even talking about the next day in Kodak. It went from 10 to 60, right? So no, I don't trade penny stocks. I'm sorry, I don't short penny stocks. I rarely even trade them, but I definitely don't short them. But that's just me. Eric, what's the best place to learn options? Well, for my money, tastytrade.com. Check these guys out. It's all free. Tastytrade.com. It's all free. They do live streaming all day long. All they do is talk options. They're wonderful people. I know many people over there. They're all great people. They're all great humans, and they're all smart traders. And they teach you how to trade options for free. Now, they have a unique perspective on trading, which I don't wholly agree with. They basically live in the camp of they want to be selling premium all the time, which is nothing wrong with that, and it works for them. But I like to do a lot more than just sell premium. I like to keep my options open, so to speak. But they're a great place to learn, and I highly recommend it to anybody. Thanks, Eric. JJ, to answer your question, suggestions on where and how to find options to trade. Well, I'm talking I'm pumping my own book here, but hold on a sec. Let me find a link for you. If you want to leverage best-in-class technical analysis into smart options trades, I run this for All-Star Charts. Go ahead and click that link and check it out. Try it out risk-free for a month. You might find it useful. All right, folks, I think that's my cue. We're talking options now, and we're not talking trade idea software. So I think that's my cue to shut this down. Everybody have a great weekend. Stay safe, stay healthy. Barry will be back with the live trading room, and he'll take you into the close. I'll see you on Monday.
Oh, that's one of the reasons. I'm sorry, guys. I had my mic in the YouTube room, so you guys can probably hear me now. So I'm going to be doing my video now. All right, guys, I'm back. You too, Larissa. Have a great weekend. So ASPS, wow, I haven't seen this one forever. This used to be such a crazy active stock. This is back in 2016. I remember this ASPS. Okay, CXDC little, forget it. Sorry. I'm just looking at some of these earnings plays. wow, look at this. TGH is an earnings play. The big pop for it. All right, this is an earnings play. ALTG, not very much volume, doesn't trade very much, but is starting to drop a bit here. ALTG. All right, I'm going to clear this out. Bring these in. Haven't looked at Rosetta Stone for a while. Is it over 30? No, not yet. Well, it's starting to, I mean, it's interesting. You guys remember I was in this one. I really wanted to have an extended swing on this one, and then all of a sudden, remember that crazy day? All of a sudden, it just dropped during day. It was working very well during the day, and then it just dropped. Might have been this day here. No, it was a little. I think it was this day. I can't remember. It doesn't really matter what day it was, but all right, guys. Well, listen. One of the reasons is I've turned off my sound. So, see if we get some sound alerts now. There's asps again. All right, so what are you all about? 14. So the 200 day is way, way above it, so that's not an issue. FAMI looks like a no-go, guys. I know some of you were getting a little interested in it on this move here, but it does look like this has been a real, I think, not a nice trader for me anyway. I mean, too many topping tails, bottoming tails. Yeah, I mean, if you really held on, I guess you would have made a nice, nice percentage, but it just didn't really sustain. Not typical of a like a super low floater. I would have expected more of a move, and then of course it drops, but it's very, very choppy. Look at the volume that's coming into ZSAN, ZSAN, guys, ZSAN. The volume coming in. Now the only issue, well, not the only, huge issue is right here. $1.50, $1.60 right here. So that is probably a no-go. Yeah, and unfortunately for this one, yeah, I mean the count is it just came into 30 new highs, but it's and the volume came in, but unfortunately, it's already run away. So if I get an alert here, what I want to see is like the volume bar like that, definitely, but I also want to see a little bit of consolidation. I don't want to just be chasing something. I'll bet. Ooh, excuse me. What time is it? Excuse me. I haven't seen fat trading today. Had the big day yesterday for a while, and then a complete and utter sell-off. Hits 1025. Actually, it was way higher than that in the pre-market, and it sells off to 679. So I'm sure that was cut in half if you look at the pre-market. Take a look quickly. Not quite. Yeah, it actually was. So 1241 was the high in the pre-market yesterday for it. Now we're cut in half. All right, guys, I'm just going to start looking at some emails right now, see if I can help out. By the way, I'm showing you my price alerts here, and we had saw an email last night. Somebody wanting to know if you could set price alerts. Okay, I mean he didn't say do you have a price alerts option. He didn't say it quite like that. And this is somebody who has had the program for a while, so I just want to make sure everybody knows you can set price alerts within Trade Ideas, and it's so simple to do. You basically just go to a chart. So let's just say I wanted to set a price alert for the high right there for ASPS. Okay. So you just go to the chart. Just right on the chart. See how my cursor or the dotted line, and I can follow it, of course, in the y-axis. So if I want to set a price alert at 961, there it is. I right click and create price alert. Now at this point, I don't have to do anything else. I mean, there's a lot of other information you can fill in. Typically, I don't fill in anything. And I just say save, and that's it. So now the price alert is set. See how easy that was. And there's a blue line. And if the price hits 960, whatever it was, 961, that blue line will turn green. And this is what it looks like. Price alerts. So if I scroll down to the bottom, you always see the last one right at the bottom that you created. And so there it is. And what I do is I sort on the triggered column. So I'm going to see the last one right at the top. So if ASPS happens to trigger, in fact, let's do something else. Let's just do, okay, I've bracketed. Let's see if I can get a trigger. Why I'm doing it this way, and you notice how I minimize the price alert window. And I minimize it. Come on, trigger. Well, it's just not trading right now. Let me try another one that's moving fast. I cannot believe it. There you go. Okay, so you see how I'd set a price alert on the MyGen chart? See how it popped up on my screen? See how it's the last alert right at the top here? And it also changed colors. It sort of starts a yellowish and then it fades. And you can also put a sound alert on it. Right click, actions, and just do the sound alert. The play sound, set up the sound, just like you do in an alert window. So and why you put a sound alert on it, if you wander away from your, like me, I have a headset on all the time. So, if I wander away from my computer and I hear that sound, then I have a unique sound for this one, I can come racing back and see, just to see what is happening. So our price alerts, we did not obviously invent the concept of price alerts, but it is probably the simplest price alert that I've come across. And there's the ASP. So if I had ASPs, if I had this minimized, it would have popped up on the screen. And there's interesting things that you can do. We have different columns that you can sort on. So this is telling me the dollars away from the alert it is. So if I set an alert for, this EVSI, it's 268 away still. Now at this point I might say, you know what, it's a useless alert at 4. So the current price is $12.66. I have an alert set at $15.34. It's getting farther and farther away. I might have to reevaluate, because you can have up to 500 price alerts at any one time. Nobody needs 500 price alerts. But, at the very least, once a week, on the weekends, just go through them and see, okay, you know what? I should either reset this one or just get rid of it. Just go through them. Just don't allow them to accumulate without, without looking at them anymore. But it's so simple to do. I put LT, this is, my long term, as I call it. So I can put, and I can sort on it. So if I want to get rid of all of my intraday price alerts, I can just easily do something like that. So all my intraday price alerts are gone. And just my so-called long-term alerts are still valid. Okay, so the question was, in the YouTube feed, do you have any day trading strategies we can use? Well, no, the Holly strategies are all based on the 50 baseline strategies that we have. So they're all day trading. In theory, they are all day trading strategies in theory. Though I mean, some of them you can, of course, keep for longer if you want. But any alert you're getting from the AI, in theory, is something you can trade intraday, day trading. Does that make sense? So I mean, these are the AI strategies for today. And in theory, these are all day trading strategies. But with the caveat, always the caveat that, if you got into it and it worked really well and it closed well and it's at the end of the day and it still looks good, you could always hold it, and turn it into a swing. A little movement in this one, this Pixie. Volume has really come in. Let's see, take a look at VREX. Okay, so 1335. It's not quite from console, and there's no volume. Okay, so you see, for me, listen, it may continue, it may rip higher. It's already taken out yesterday's high. It has a huge void, but I want to see some volume coming in. There's no volume coming in. So again, I mean, it may continue higher, and who knows? Maybe the volume all of a sudden comes in. But right now, I'm not seeing any volume. I'm seeing 893,000 shares, but a lot of that was right here, and it's just been decreasing volume to almost nothing. So even though it made a new high, but on no volume. So people ask, well, how do you choose which one to take? And I listen. This might really start to romp, but I just won't take it unless there's volume. Just one moment, please. Well, okay. If you've never, you have to look at the strategies. Okay, so when you look at the strategies and right click, and a couple of those are short. Well, there's some long ones. So say links. So on the long strategies, you have to see how much you're risking per trade. Number one. Okay, I don't know what the default is in you have in your system. I would really suggest you watch this video. Okay, because it goes over all of that sort of stuff. I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. Okay, I mean, and I'm also looking. You see what I'm saying, Dustbusters? I mean, you'll have to look at the individual strategies, and now you can edit them all at once. But again, watch the video. But you can edit them all at once. Yeah, the Brokerage Plus intro. Yes, it goes. It goes over. It goes over everything. So you can. So if you right click one of this, well, actually, if you highlight all the long strategies as an example, okay, like I'm doing hopefully you can see my screen. And then you right click, and then here, so this is what I've got. Yours might say $30 as an example, or $20. I don't know what you're risking per trade. It's you'll have to adjust that. The other thing to be aware of is the limit offset. Okay, again, it's all explained in the video, because there could be times, you might get an alert at $6, but the stock is moving so fast that even though it is, it's an auto trade mode, the system can't take the trade until say 6.05, $6.05. You're not going to get the fill right at $6. So what that limit offset does, minus 11 cents, what it says there, what that says is that, okay, I will go 11 cents outside, up to 11 cents outside of where the alert was. I mean, it's up to you, where you're going to, what you're going to do. But that's sometimes, people say, well, I didn't get a fill. How come? Well, that could be one of the reasons. If your limit offset is 3 cents and it's a fast moving stock, you probably won't get a fill. Ozzy, you cannot determine, you mean how much minimum volume in the AI? In other words, but watch the video, okay? Watch the video. You can't. All that is covered in the video. Are you talking about, okay, I only want to trade a minimum, I'm just going to find something that's rather short, like 500,000 shares. It has to be trading 500. So I noticed La Jolla came in and it's 397,000. So what you're trying to say is, I only want to see stocks in the AI that have traded at least 500,000 shares. If that's the case, you can't. I mean, you can, but we don't recommend auto trading. Okay. I mean, to me, there's enough time to get into the trade by looking at, when you get the alert, to maybe size it up a little bit, check to see what's happening on the charts. And, if the volume isn't what you want, then you just pass on the trade. If what you're saying is auto trading, but I don't want to auto trade it if it's less than 500,000 shares, as an example, there's no way to do it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure there's a, and it may not be up to date, completely up to date. If you have a list of warrants, if you Googled and you found a list of warrants, as an example, stocks that have warrants, warrants. But I don't know how up to date this is. Okay, but these are so I'll do it again. I mean, and so you may get something. I don't know how often they update this, to be honest. Okay, but so let me start again. So you're watching, Jay? Watching and you can hear me? Okay, so if you right click on an alert window, configure, symbol lists, add existing list. Now you scroll down. Probably if you haven't created a lot of symbol lists, you probably won't have too much to go or scroll down to. And scroll all the way down here. You see where it says warrants? Click on warrants. Now it'll move over to this column. That was the exercise to get it over here. Okay. So now it's over here. Now, what you can do is once it's over here, this is a drop-down menu, and you can say exclude the following lists. Exclude the following lists, and you could check warrants. So you'd have to do that for every alert window, every top list window. I mean, if you're bound and determined. Okay. But listen, you may get a warrant sneak through. I just don't know how often they update it. I've never used it. I see so few warrants that come through that it just doesn't. It's not worth my time anyway to worry about it. But if you're seeing a lot of warrants, okay. The other thing to do is if you want a true up to date, if there is such a website out there that lists warrants and in the format that we have, then you could copy them all and create a symbol list, with them in, and then do the same thing, attach it to. Now, what you can also do is with the alert windows and top list windows, and this is for anybody. There might be, for instance, in an alert window, you might, for your columns, as an example, you probably always want to see price, probably always want to see volume, but whatever you would always want to see, virtually every single alert window or top list window, just, you can add all these as columns, okay, whatever that is going to be for you. And maybe every single window that you have, maybe there's always going to be a price range you want. Maybe there's going to be a minimum volume. Okay. CGH is on the move here, yes. So what I'm trying to say is that you can create, so once you've done that with an alert window, then you can save it as default. Okay, you can save it as default. So that means every alert window then, any new alert window that you create will already have these columns and maybe a price range that you're always interested in, a minimum volume. So you don't have to recreate everything from scratch. And same thing goes for a top list window. So what I was going to say for you, Jay, is that you could do something like this on the symbol lists and always have that exclude the following lists and check your warrants and have that all in every single, when you create a new one, just save that whole thing as a default also. And so every time you created a new alert window, you'll see it. Or it'll be part of it, I should say. It'll be part of the default. Yeah, well, you're weird. I'll throw it right back to you. No, but seriously, just try to do the refresh. Or is the mic sounding weird for everybody? All right, so we've had some questions about the mic today. So the idea is if you have audio issues, try to do a refresh, okay? Try to do a refresh. That seems to clear it up. The other thing is that I guess Chrome had an update, and so make sure that your browser is up to date if you're using Chrome. Okay. But I mean, obviously, it should not be garbled. And if it is, just do a refresh. And that usually will clear it up. Well, this TGH has got some room, guys. I mean, the volume. Look at the volume came in, kind of. It was not quite consolidation, but it wasn't like running away. Little bit better on that 15. Keep an eye on this one. I mean, the volume came in, TGH. It's traded at 500,000 shares now. No, I've done something here. Exclude the following list. You see? Look what you made me do. I thought something was happening. So the only issue I've got with TGH is the spread, 1225, 1232. I don't like that spread. Yeah. Yeah, do David. Yeah, some sad news. So you probably guess what it is. It's quite a while ago, actually. Guys, KMDA just gave up 10. Just gave up 10. I mean, what a day it's had. I mean, look at this. It wouldn't surprise me it went negative. I mean, 1211. And it has just been selling off. Well, not quite selling off. A little bit of a move up here, but I mean, now it's underneath 10. Now, again, guys, I might be completely, I don't want to say I'm wrong. I just have to stick to my rules here. The volume did not come in. It is moving up, VREX, but the volume did not come in. And so I've taken a pass on it. And, I mean, this looks like it's going to start filling that void. And then with this one, I really liked it. I liked the volume that came in. Nice little break. But the spread was not, I mean, the spread just wasn't good. And we're not talking about the food that's laid out. What about B? What was the stock? BDSI. BDSI? Sounds like BDIs. BDSI? BDIs. Okay, BDSI. What about it for a short? Well, I mean, you're sitting right on top of that 200 day. I mean, I guess if it does give up that 200 day, it's still up for the day. Lots of volume, not a low float. Let's see if I had it on my list to begin with. I don't think I had BDSI on my list. That's right. It didn't really do anything in the pre-market. Nothing in the pre-market. But when the market opened, yeah, it really had a jump. That's right. Now I remember this one. I was watching this one earlier to see if it would take out the what it would do at the 200 day, and it just accelerated right through. Now I remember it because I remember it said right through 5. So I mean, right now, will the 200 day prop it up? You're right between the 200 day and the VWAP right now. All right, guys, give me a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. We've got a little acronym challenge going on here. I think he meant SDC. I know he didn't. It's an SDC. Well, guys, KMDA just gave up 10. Pretty good here. Pretty good. Pretty well. Okay, well, look at the volume it came. I know somebody was swinging party yesterday, and they kind of got hit at the end. But look at the volume that has come into party. PRTY. Look at that volume. I mean, look at the volume. The only issue is that when you look left, it's coming right into that weekly high. And then even if it got through that weekly high, you've got probably 3 to contend with. So it's not doesn't have like a ton of room. So that would prevent me from taking it. Well, I'm joining the William Dark side now. All right, why did not IMXI show up here? IMXI guys, IMXI is really moving. Just don't know why it's not showing up here. Look at the volume on IMXI guys. Good volume coming in. And this one, I mean, it's an all-time high. So this is taking out, I mean, man, keep an eye on IMXI guys. All-time high, over the whole number, volume coming in. Yeah, but why didn't it show up here? I don't understand why it did not show up here. All right, guys. Trying to figure out again. I'm just sort of musing why this is not showing up in here in one of these in this window here. This one I understand because I have a $10 max, but this one it should have shown up. I'm going to do a little clear again, and it should show up if it takes out 1821. If it doesn't, then I have something. Well, party. There was that. Here it goes, guys. IMXI. I mean, it's an all-time high. I mean, I'm not saying it's obviously there's no resistance, other than the fact that people might want to take profit. But I mean, there's no resistance to this one. This is going to be really interesting next week. Hmm. No, it isn't because there's 87. I thought you're going to be right, but no, there's 87. So it should have shown up here. Here, sorry, it should have shown up here. I want to make sure. 1 in 20, yeah. Current volume is at least 3, absolutely. 4%, yes. And the number of alerts, 45, yes. Everything, it's showing up here, but it should be showing up here. Oh well. Yeah, it's just, this area here, I think it could really struggle. If it gets through 320, I mean, this has got a lot, this has got some room. But 3 could really, 3 will probably stop it. But look at the volume. Yeah, I mean, look, it's great, great, great volume. All right, just a minute, please. I have to. The time is at 2:08. Should be back by in about 4 or 5 minutes. Okay. right, guys, I'm back. Okay, do we have 1 minute MACD crossovers? Let's take a look. Ever wondering if we have something, not just for you, Michael, but you know, what do you have for RSIs, MACD? Do you have the Ichimoku cloud, things like that? All you have to do is go to an alert window, right click, configure, search. Okay. Now just start typing it in. So for instance, you're asking about MACD. So this is what we have. So we don't have a 1 minute. You know, we've got 5, 10, 15, 30, and 60. So we do not have a 1 minute as an example. People ask about RSIs. RSI, what do we have? This is what we have. We do have stochastics. These are all things I don't use, but do we have Ichimoku? You just start typing it in? No, we don't. So if you're ever wondering what we might have, all you have to do is just go to the search box and type it in. Start typing it in, and it'll tell you pretty quickly what we do and don't have. Overnight, yeah, I that looks like it's a pre. I doubt it. Okay, I know what you're looking at, Frank. I doubt it. I mean, I do see that an outlier here. I doubt very much that actually happened. No explanation about why we see it on a chart like this, but are the charts real-time pricing during live trading? Okay. Kind of, sorta. So when we get a real-time alert, okay, when you see the chart, it's real time. And then the chart, if you just left it here, the chart will refresh every 8 to 10 seconds. So, you know, here's my IB chart. Okay, that I'm not using because I need that sort of tick data. But you see how it's, you know, it's 486, 482, 486, very, very close. If something is moving incredibly fast, you know, maybe it's an issue, but otherwise it's just really not an issue. As I've said, you know, quite a few times, when we introduced these charts about 3 or 4 years ago, and they told me that they were going to be refreshing every 8 to 10 seconds, I thought, well, that's crazy. So I took my e-signal charts and I put them side by side. I worked them I monitored it for a couple of weeks, and I found it made zero difference. Mainly because when I get an alert, it's not so much I'm looking at these charts anymore. I look, see what the pattern is, and then I'm into into Brokerage Plus or my IB, looking at my time and sales. And I'm looking at my time and sales and all those other things rather than, you know, I'm not staring at my chart. All right, guys, what time is it? 2:16. We are getting close to wrapping this week up. SPY is just flattened right out. Look at that. Flattened right out on the 15-minute. A little choppy up and down in the 5, but not much, but just flattened right out. SPY's up just a little bit. Dow's up a little bit. NAS is down a little bit. So too bad. I mean, the DNAV is it's just run away. The reason we don't see it, earlier is because the count. I have this count alert of 30, so it only made it 30 new highs right there. So. All right, I'm going to continue to monitor KMDA to see if it takes out 10 or gets blocked at 10 and comes right back down. I think if it got over 1017, that could be it, but bit of a spread right now, 993.10. So I'm just kind of watching it, see if it gives up 10, and I might short it. Some lunatic trying to bottom fish. Well, guys, we may get a bounce in KMDA. Remember, it was way up at one point. It was way up here, $12. Maybe if it takes out 1017 or 1021 or something like that, but then there's still some resistance around here. All right, I suppose I have to look at this one, but FAMI, be interesting next week if it has any sort of follow through. Where are they out of? Yeah, this is a China stock. Somehow I doubt it. All right, I am just going to stick an alert at about 990 for Camda. Right around here. See if it takes this out later, and there is where I may not reshort it, but short it. Right here. Well, guys, what time is it? 2:21. All right, TNAV. TNAV is now getting. Is it shortable for me? Yes, it is shortable. I don't know what you guys are seeing on your 15-minute chart for TNAV in terms of the SDC. It looks to me it's right at the top, just breaking through it a little bit. I haven't. I know somebody mentioned 10 earlier today, and I didn't. I forgot to look at it, but yeah, I mean it's probably. Yeah, I mean it's pretty good. I mean it's up 8%. That's great. Probably coming into some resistance right around here. Was it okay? Tom mentioned a swing. Okay. Well, you can see, and again, I don't want to. Well, okay, now some little bit of volume is peeking through on the fives for VREX. Got a ton of room. But I'm actually more interested in shorting this thing, TNAV. This is what I'm seeing. Right at the top here. There's the mean reversion down to here. So that's, 18 cents or so. We're not terrible on a $5 stock. Interactive brokers gold. I mean, virtually any broker will allow you to short. You just have to, I guess, when you sign up. I don't know if you have to do that. I guess you have to indicate that you want to short. I don't know. I can't even remember anymore. But virtually any broker will allow you to short. Well, here's another one, guys. Skies is it's a little choppy. Ah, I absolutely wanted to short this, and I got distracted with your post. Not that that was going to stop me, but this is what I'm. Again, guys, this is what I was seeing right there. There's topping right there, and there's the mean. Again, this is Interactive Brokers. That's a chart from Interactive Brokers. And even on the fives, yeah, look at this. I'm actually really starting to warm up to the idea of just shorting these momentum plays instead of even not chasing them, but taking them on consolidation breaks. That looks like it's going to be a pink sheet stock. VCBD? And the answer is yeah. I don't trade anything like this, gold. Yeah, I just don't trade anything like this. These sub pennies. I wish you well. You know, it's a pink sheet stock too. I don't trade the pinks, but I do wish you well. I mean, an incredible amount of volume, but yeah, I've never ever traded stocks like this, the micro. I see people trading like taking like 100,000 shares of a .007 stock or a million shares. I just don't do that. Yeah, if it went somewhere, and yeah, for sure. All right, William, I'll take that under consideration. I'm the wrong person to ask. I mean, dollar volume mean anything on these? I'm, I mean, what did that trade? How many shares did that thing trade? So if you multiply by a penny, I'm the wrong person to ask. Yeah, so these are, but there's a bit of a, I don't want to call it a controversy. I mean, maybe IB is right. I don't know. But these are standard deviation channels. So there's the standard deviation, top end, there's the mean, and there's the low and edit studies, volatility studies, and regression studies. And it's the standard deviation channel. Okay, upper end, lower end, mean. But the issue is that for some reason, and real, has turned us onto this, is that his Thinkorswim charts are different. They show different lines, and we don't know why. But I've been using it to, I think, you know, to a, decently, I think, so far, even though they appear to be a little bit different. So if you're using that, then so it's 21 standard deviation period and standard deviations 2, and this might be the difference. I don't know, but we're using the close, but you have different options, but we're using the close here. I'm just waiting to see if VRX can break out. I took it, but I'm just waiting to see if it can break out. Okay. Well, that's a good question. I don't know. I don't really I've not really used these. How do I know? To be honest, how do I know? Like what? Scroll left over here, like this. I think it's just today. It is just today. Yeah, so are mine, Calvin. 9 period. You're right. Mine was 2. Because real. That's what real uses. Okay. Well, let's see if there's a full anything. Hmm. Doesn't look like there's an option though. Full range. Well, why don't you use this one? Then we can be together. Yeah, I don't see that there's a an option for full range. Median, volume, low, high, average, VWAP, close. I don't see there's an option. So is that why this is this why it looks like this on the 5 minute? I notice it seems to get broken up, but I don't see it being broken up so much on the 15. But is that what you mean when you see the SCC for the whole day, say in a 5 minute, you would not see it broken up into two different channels? Is that what you mean? Well, I think I'm right. But okay. But I haven't really seen that on the 15s. It seems to be pretty. Like what time am I going? Well, that's not true. I suppose if I scroll back, no, it looks like the 15s look like it's at least the same. Oh, there you go. I see. That's interesting. That's interesting. Hmm. Yeah. What if I change the period? Yeah. I don't even think Thinkorswim is available in Canada. I mean, I would even, I get a subscription just for the charts then, just to see. I don't think it's available in Canada. Oh, it is? Oh, okay. Under what? As Thinkorswim Canada? No, the TD thing is, I don't want to open an account. I don't want to. Well, I really want to open a. Is there a way I can just get pay them for the charts? Yeah. But free download without opening an account, yeah, but then I won't get charts. I won't get real time charts, obviously. So thank you, Real. Okay. Thank you, Omar. Yeah, we see the TOS is available in Canada, but I don't really want to start another brokerage account, putting money into another account just to get some charts. It is free and real time charts. How can that be? This is somebody's telling me, you see in the YouTube feed. I can't, not anymore. So Danny Boy used to be. Okay, so Omar. No, okay, I'm going to look at it. Well, first of all, you know what? I'm going to let Real figure out if we can get it the same. I don't really want to have another broker, but I will look at the TD. So it's a TD website in Canada. Okay, TOS in Canada. Okay, I can look at that. Now, Omar is saying all you need is $30 in the account. And then you can get free data, free real time charts. I know we're deviating, guys, but it's at the end of the week. Another 20 minutes to go. No, okay, I'm getting a confirmation, a couple of confirmations, $30 right there, and JB is saying $30. TradeStation is not available in Canada. It used to be. I had TradeStation a long, 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 long time ago. And then they stopped allowing it in Canada. Are you kidding me, Lloyd? Really? Oh, this is cool. I'm getting all sorts of information now. Aussie Girl saying has access to all the platforms with no money in the account. But if it's $30, it's 30. I mean, I think I can handle $30. No, you guys got me. But I'm going to wait for real to see whether or not I can do it within IB. Obviously I've got IB, so if I can just all I want is the same looking channel. That's all I care about. And you said about TradingView, but TradingView that's not real time data. It can't be real time data. So JB, are you talking about TradingView? Are you talking TradingView now? Yeah, it's bats. That's what I thought. It's bats. I mean, you can get roped into that, and which is fine if you're into something that's trading a lot. Okay, the bats data isn't the worst thing in the world, but if you want real time, I mean, I got to pay for it. I mean, which is fine. But TradingView is not expensive either. I know that. So Okay. TOS, $30, 5 minutes to open an account. How can that be? Hmm. So what you're really saying is you just open a an account at TD and they give you the charts. I see what you're saying. Okay. And now we've got everybody going to be. Guys, look at Fami. Look at Fami, guys. It's now almost not the lifetime, the high of the day. Yeah, there's the Camda coming down. Yeah, dried mushrooms, exactly. There it goes. New high. Fami, a new high. It was at 150 briefly. Fruits and vegetable canning. Thanks for putting up with all my questions on this, guys. I don't often do that, but I am interested. Wow, look at Fami go now, guys. I mean, the key area right there. I mean, 155, it takes that out. Who knows? The next area would be 2, right around 2. If it accelerates anymore, get some more volume coming in. Thanks for all that, JB. Now, to be the devil's advocate in all this, um, where does it say that it's better to have like a continuous as opposed to broken up? Is this what you've read, real? Or, I mean, wonder why IB does it like this. I mean, if it's better just to have continuous, why would they even bother with this? I don't even want to call it an option, just the way they do it. If it's in theory better to have it not broken up. Wow, Fami. I was wrong here because I thought on this move here, I thought that was going to be over. I thought, okay, big pullback, looked like it was going to start to run. I thought, okay, that it's going to be over. But look at this, what a run on a percentage basis from 116 to 150. That's huge, and it's just ripping now. All right, guys, I'll just put the announcement in here. Closing the room at 3. Always stay later if there are questions. Yeah, oh, okay, I agree. I don't wonder why they do it that way then. Just wonder why. Meanwhile, the SPY is starting to actually give this up a little bit, guys. The SPY is starting to movement down here. 1, 2, 3. There's an hour's worth of red candles. Well, not quite 12 minutes for that last candle to close, but excuse me, sorry. Well, the KMDA. Here's the other thing I'm wondering. Well, no, forget it. I was wondering on all these shorts if it's better if the stock is down for the day, but it had a bounce and then it moved down off the channel. I'm sure there's a study we could do on that. Well, I mean, if I were going to take this, I just put a $10 stop on it and see if it works. Really. The only problem is, I mean, it could have some support not that far away, 20 cents away. You too, Rex. Okay, I'll be first in line to eat those. Maybe not. Well, VREX is, excuse me, taking its sweet time here. VREX. Volume completely dried up. Yeah, I mean, that's the theory. I mean that's the theory. You wait. If it's near the top or it breaks over. I mean, obviously, like anything else, there are other things to consider. But at least at the point right there, you can see right there it broke out. What did it get up to? 1962. Now, so if you had taken it right there, that wouldn't. But I guess you start watching and see what happens, and then it broke all the way down right to the mean. So I'm not. Listen. I'm obviously not the expert in this, but I mean, I think Real would say, okay, it's like anything else. Now we start watching. It would have been a lot of patience, Asia. Especially when it pulled all the way back to $1.10 from $1.45 or so. So for instance, here on the break is using the channel breakup. So there it was at 18. But as Real says, most traders aren't seeing this. All right. No, I once my Bruins lost, I just turned it off. Yeah, but it was fun seeing almost 1,000 people. Real. Now we'll be probably back to the 400 and something. All right, guys. It is now 2:54. Okay, every nickel is another topping on my pizza. So you guys are looking at here. Yeah, but we're the only ones that count. Real. I don't see duplicates actually. Maybe I just don't see it. You two tank. Oh, this VREX is starting to turn into an okay little trade to end the week. All right, guys, are there any other questions? Just a minute, please. Okay, everybody. Oh, did Canva come down again? Yeah, not really. Okay, I think that's it. I don't see any other questions. Oops. Okay, I don't see anything. Okay, guys. Well, listen, have a great weekend. I will open the room at 9 o'clock Monday morning. So, again, have a great weekend, everybody, and we'll see you then. Bye bye.